Today we are doing some drone flying to begin with, because we're also going to be doing some game dev later on, which I am not going to spoil now. We'll wait until roughly around 9 o'clock, whenever James, the Midnight Magpie, is joining us, as he's going to be working on it with me. But for now, to get things started, we're going to do some drone practice. Although, I'm sure that you're wondering how my drone's coming along. It is pretty much built. Everything is together. I've done the 3D modeling that I needed to do for antenna attachment. I did a bumper for the front and a camera mount. So that's all good. I do want to put some conformal coating on the circuitry, because being up in Scotland and being winter / heading into spring, it's not exactly dry, so need some waterproofing on that before I fly it outside, because otherwise I will be short-circuiting things. But yeah, other than the waterproofing, just need to tidy up the cabling a bit, put a bit of Loctite on the screws, and we'll be golden. The one other thing that I need to model and print is a GoPro mount, but that shouldn't be too bad. But without further ado, it is time to practice flying the drone to make sure that I do not crash it when I do take it outside. Or at least there's a much smaller chance. I have been practicing quite a bit. I think I've got about 10 hours or so, 9-10 hours in Liftoff, which is what we're playing today, as I'm sure you know. Just mainly I've done a bit of the tutorials, but I've mainly just thrown myself into the free flight and messed around, practiced things, made sure that I can turn and avoid obstacles. So I think what I'm going to do to start is what I usually do, and go into maybe Bando City, maybe we change things up. Maybe do some Hanover to start with. I haven't done any of the races yet, so what I'll probably do is bring me a strawberry. I'll load this up, do some freestyle free flying, and then maybe have a look at practicing some precision flying around the racetrack. So this drone is one that I put together based as close as possible to the one that I've built. Try and give me the best representation. Of what it'll be like to fly my real drone out in the real world. And I've also taken the opportunity to mess around with rates a bit, try and find something I like, try and get used to whatever the rates are. I found maybe sort of towards the higher end. Sure, we'll start with that. Yeah, so if we have a look, the flight controller settings, I got the roll and pitch near 1,000 degrees. Hello, Red Space Robot, how you doing? As you suggested, I am playing Liftoff. You can get a feel for it. Yeah, so these are the rates, the PIDs that I'm using. Super's pretty low, RC rate's fairly high, about 1,000 degrees. I'm glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. I haven't messed with the PIDs too much yet. I probably will at some point. See what happens. But anyway, let's get flying. So I'm not going to follow the course just yet. I'll do warm up a bit first. Find some somewhere to do some tricks. Do some dives and some gaps. So one thing I've been doing is practicing in Bando City. There's some nice sort of sharp turns that you can do around the construction site. So I've been spending some time doing figure of eights and turns, just trying to get them as tight as possible. So it's not too bad, but it can always do with some improvement. The other thing I was practicing yesterday is doing power loops and trying to get them nice and tight. And they're coming along slowly but surely. So yeah, I'm sure there must be some places around here where I can practice some power loops. I haven't played this map too much. I mean, I can power loop the walkway coverings. So, let's find a good place to do that where I'm not going to hit something. Maybe around like here. Do a bit of a dive into it. Oh, nope, too much of a dive. Not warmed up enough, clearly. There we go. Not as tight as I'd like it, but that's better. Hit the ground though, so that's not good. We can also do like a split S. Bit of a sloppy one, but yeah, I haven't really practiced on something as low as that because there's a bit more space in Bando City to do those kind of things, but that's what I'm practicing. Yeah, find some good places to do some warming up. Down through here. So I've been trying to work on my precision quite a bit, so flying lower and doing sharper turns and that kind of thing, and they're getting better. I think focused practice has helped quite a lot, so that's always good. Getting better at hitting smaller gaps. Yeah, I think Bando City is probably my favourite map because of there's a lot of areas where you can practice various different things. And you can also hit the ground. Alright, I'm gonna see where this horse. I'm not actually sure. I need to figure out what the route is for this. So that's a start. Where you go. Do you go round? You go round through there, through down here, and then anyway. So you go through there. Then what? You go right under here, I guess. Would you? I guess. Maybe go over the top. Over the top. Down here, through there, through there, down here, down along here. That's quite an intense course. Over the top, and what? Underneath. So when you're racing, you generally have lower rates. So let's see. Let's try race precision. See, it's much lower. I've heard down 200 degrees is what a lot of people recommend. So I might just drop. Drop these a bit. That takes us down fairly low. Maybe put these on one. Not sure what the best kind of rates are exactly, but okay. Let's what's attack 860. So we just default that. Let's try it. Try and see what happens. Nope. That was going so well. Got to take it slow to begin with. Pop out that bush. Oh, no. That's better than it was a couple of days ago. So round through here. Nope. Into the bush and kill the props. It's not what I want. Yeah, I think I'm just probably the thing I've found that helps the most is just to keep trying over and over and over again, doing the same thing until you kind of get it. See, my precision flying is not great, and that's something that I need to work on, because we're supposed to go up through here as well. Great flying, great flying. Nope, lost the prop. See, this is why I practice. I think I need to go a bit slower. Let's see, try and control the pitch a bit better. Nope. Missed that one. Nope, almost missed that one. Managed it. Managed to get there. Squat through that. Oh, missed that one. Missed that one. Oh, clip that one. Are we gonna make it through? Not quite. Let's try that one again. So we're gonna do quite a sharp turn. Catch ourselves and go through here. Oh, I don't think I lost the prop there. Oh, I managed to make it through a whole lap. Let's try again. What I'm going to do though, before trying it, I want to try, what is it, the super rate that gives it, yeah. I want to try just completely linear. So no S curve there, just completely. And see how that goes. Fingers crossed, we'll see. Might be easy to control, who knows. Oh, too much throttle. Let's try that again. What is up with my throttle control now? Through the gap, through the gap, through the gap. That's not too bad, it's not too bad, it's getting there. I'm making sure to try and get a bit more roll in it. To kind of roll. It was going so well until that point. Props here. Sorry, I need to concentrate. Oh, no, missed. Just keep going until I get it. Whoa, okay. Nope. I was hoping. I might put in a bit of super. Let's see, 0.3 maybe. Let's try 0.3. Let's see, maybe 2.8. I can't remember why, but you're supposed to have your a little bit less than roll and pitch. I think it's because yours on throttle, so you don't want it to be as twitchy. So let's try this again. I understand why this is called Give Me Some Shrubbery. Because I think I've hit so many bushes. Oh, there we go, hit the bush. Got myself some shrubbery. I remember like just a week ago, whenever I started playing this, I was barely able to stay close to the ground. So I'm glad to see my throttle. Well, shouldn't have said anything. Oh, yeah, definitely should have said anything. Oh, come on. It's going so well. Well, I'm quite liking. I think these rates feel quite good. So I think I'll stick with around these rates. And see how I do with a bit of practice. I'm just going to need to concentrate a little bit, especially here. Oh, straight in the bush. Oh, getting a little bit of lag. No, that's going to need a reset. I'm just going to turn the settings down because I think streaming it and yeah, let's go good. I think streaming it and playing at the same time is giving me a bit of a lag. And you don't want lag on a game like this. Oh, bit wibbly wobbly. Lovely. Hey, I'm good. How are you? How is life? How is work? So, I don't know what you want to see more of. Me practicing my great precision flying, as you can see. Or if you want to see me do some freestyle, let me know. It was doing well until people started watching, apparently. All the peer pressure's on now. I keep missing this turn. That turn is just... Oh yeah? Do you feel nice and refreshed? Oh, oh. Okay, you know what? Let's just get used to these rates of it, I think. Did you have too long of a nap then? I want to come in a bit lower for the split S. Oh, a bit too low. Let's try. Almost. Where should I go? See, the nice thing about the Bando City, as I was mentioning, is there's so many like tall places that you can just fly through nice small gaps and get some practice doing precision stuff. And here there's like these things that you can fly under and over, but it's just something about the city that's much more fun to fly. That's no good. You'll have to have some coffee or something. Wake you up nicely. Alright, we're gonna hit this one at the back. Practice some figure eights through the trees. I think I need to turn VSync on. Oh, let's see. Thought I had VSync on. VSync is on. Okay, well, can I not? Can't limit frame rate. Frame rate. Let's try triple buffering. And drop you down. Let's just go simple. Oh, that's even worse. Turn the graphics down, things get worse. Right, I think it'll be the triple buffering that's done that though. What if we turn VSync off? Limit frame rate 60. Fingers crossed. That seems better. Should we go mess around in this tower? Well, not tower. So Calvin, do you recognise the engineering and what have you of this? Can you tell me where I am? I did not think I was going to make that gap. Alright. Let us go and try this racetrack again. It is Hanover in Germany. Presumably you know where Hanover is. I probably didn't need to tell you really. Bounce off the ground, slow me down nicely. Didn't think it was going to make. Stop hitting the ground. Ooh. Oh, I was gonna do that. Come on, through the gate, through the gate. There we go. No, what is going on? I swear that wasn't me controlling it. Well, I just thought you might recognize the engineering. I mean, I'm pretty sure Hanover is Germany, right? There we go. Nope. It's like, there we go, got that one nicely. Nah. Need to stop hitting the ground. Let's come at it from a bit. Okay, just go right over the top. Oh, so close to those poles. Don't know how I didn't hit my props on it. Alright, go on. Oh, no. Very close. Very close indeed. I don't really know on that kind of crossover how best to sort of, like, I guess you either have to just be really, really, really good, or you have to slow down, like a lot. Right, let's come on. No, even closer that time. Getting there, we're getting there. It's a definite improvement over where I was like a week ago. Even though it might not look like it. I wasn't even hitting these gaps. Oh, okay, we're going over that one again. Yeah, funnily enough, it is actually quite challenging to go slow. I'll try and go a bit slower. Nope. See? It's just kind of one of those things you got to throw yourself into. But, you know, it's good that this isn't a real drone and I don't have to worry about destroying it or hurting someone by hitting them. Nope. Right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to the linear rate because I think I was doing a lot better doing that way. So let's try this. Give it a couple more runs and then maybe go play around on the bando for a bit. Can check out the green. Yeah, I think I was going to say I prefer the linear rates, and then I just lost concentration. Let's try this gap again. Yes, probably. I would have spent a good fortune on replacing everything. Probably at the point of I might as well just build 4 complete ones. Can I make it through? Nope. I think I just... Right, okay. I'm just going to practice that one corner until I can do it. The first couple of times I did it right. Or, well, maybe not the first couple of times, but there was a few that I did alright. Kind of like that, but better. Yes, so can have like the last little bit, lots of effect. Yeah, so when people are flying like freestyle and doing tricks and that kind of thing, they like to have quite like a flat middle, which is the S curve, so it ramps up quickly or ramps down quickly at the extremes. So you kind of have a curve that goes up quickly, flattens out, and then up again. And that's so like when you're doing tricks and stuff, you can have like, you can move the sticker, like you can make micro adjustments that aren't like just juddery and just really quick. But when you're racing, a lot of races have linear rates like this. So because it doesn't matter so much if you're twitching or if you're juddering when you're racing, because you want that so you can turn faster and go through gaps and just make sure you hit everything that you need to, hit gates, hit corners. Because in freestyle you're not so worried about going through lots of little cornery things and going around a track. You're just kind of going wherever, flowing and all that kind of thing. So I'm trying to get a balance of practice in both, because I'd like to be somewhat competent enough to enter races at some point. Maybe in like a year or something at this rate. But we're getting there. We are getting there. Nope. I knew that was going to happen. I shouldn't have gone through those other cones. Nope. Too fast. Too fast, not enough control. So I've got a lot better at hitting gaps like this, but it's the cornering that, and sort of keeping it stable around like curves and that kind of thing that I need to practice, and not clipping things like that. It's not easy. Yeah, probably, because there's the 3 different values going into it, so I imagine it would be cubed. Well, I mean, there's more than 3 values going into it, but the other ones are just variables. But there's 3 sort of lots of variables. Hey, Kizzy. Yeah, well, this is actually a drone racing course. So I've just built myself an FPV drone, and I'm just trying to get better at flying it before I actually take it outside, because I don't really want to take off and then immediately destroy it. So, and I'd also like to try entering some drone races at some point. So I'm also trying to improve my precision flying, by practicing things like flying around a racecourse. And later on I'm going to switch back to freestyle and I can show you guys some of that. I'm trying to practice this specific corner and it's not going particularly well, but I get the impression that it's not the easiest corner. Let's try it from the beginning and see how... I did not see that rock. Yeah, no, it is for sure. Like, I was showing my girlfriend the other day and she was like, can you turn it off? I'm feeling a bit sick. I was playing this with the FPV goggles the other day, and like I haven't felt ill playing it just on my monitor, but when I put the FPV goggles on, I was playing it, that does make your head spin a little bit. I just can't get this turn right. But yeah, I'm looking forward to getting the real drone out there. There we go. That wasn't too bad. Well, you're always welcome to try mine when I'm back down near you guys and see what you think. I've got I think I mentioned it before, but I've got a little tiny little FPV drone in the post on its way from China, so I can fly FPV indoors, so you can give that a shot as well. Oh, alright, I'm getting there. Yeah, no, that's fine. I mean, the thing about that little drone is it doesn't matter so much if you crash it, because it's got bumpers on around the props and all that kind of thing. So you can just like drop it and take the goggles off, or well, close your eyes then drop it. But I definitely think it's something you get used to, because it's not exactly natural, because you're just standing still or sitting still, and your eyes are somewhere else, and they're not where your body expects them to be, I should say. I think I'm getting this turn now. Well, to be fair, I am doing a lot of just going around in circles trying to get this corner nailed, which I think is not too bad now. Oh, screwed that one up. Anyway, so the next challenging bit is going around this, which is like a crossover where you gotta go around here, through here, through this gap, then you drop down, catch yourself, not like that. I mean, if you're flying outside, so is the grass not good enough for you? Right, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna practice this section now. Need a good banana handy to settle the stomach, I think. Right. Oh, no. No. This is true, you wouldn't want to get on your shoes. I think it's probably, the other thing is, when you're flying the real thing, you're not gonna be up in the air for very long. Like, depending on what size the drone is and what size battery you're using, you're gonna be up for between 3 to maybe 8 minutes, and then you're gonna need to change the battery, so you get a break. Oh, come on. I'm not doing very well on this run. I think I kind of did get it stuck in the bushes earlier. Oh, just pop over that. I think it's chopping through all the branches. That's the, slow it down a bit. Let's try and do this a bit slower, shall we? That's better. Need to improve my low speed throttle control though, because I keep bouncing off the ground. There we go. That wasn't too bad. Take it slow again. Okay, speeding up. It's speeding up, damn it. So close. Okay, now I got stuck in that gate. That was... Just bounce off of that. Right. Okay, I'm gonna try that loop once more. Now my props are all messed up. And then I will try the whole track once or twice. And then I'll go do some freestyle on Bando City. Okay. Right, let's try the whole track. How we do? Oh, thought I was gonna clip that there. Oh, thought I was gonna hit that pole. Come on. Come on, just gotta make it around this loop. Just gotta make it around the loop. Oh, so close. It's getting there, it's getting there, it's getting there. Oh, made it. Alright, through the gap. Spin, drop, catch, round to the left. Through the... Oh, just come on. That lag. Right, I made it. I did it. Alright. Let's go do some freestyle. I'll take that. I'll take that as a win. Let's go do some freestyle. I might throw in one of these and just see what kind of I haven't checked this one out. Let's do that. Thank you. Appreciate it. Let's have some freestyle fun for a bit. And then so I'll play Bando for a bit. Then we can switch over to the green, which is just a golf course. That's pretty cool for doing things like... I want to see where it starts. It's pretty cool for doing things like power loops around trees and through gaps and stuff. I want to see what this track is. Probably a dive, maybe? Oh, yep. Through here. And through here. See, that would have been much faster if I was doing it with a linear. Not linear, the acro. Not acro either. Freestyle race. Right. Did anyone see where it goes? I've done spare tire already. That's why I didn't choose it this time. But I can show you what it's like. It's just kind of like outlined with tires, pretty much. Where the heck did this racetrack go? Came out the window, And then went where? Go up. If you're wondering why the screen's all flickery and stuff, by the way, and let me know if I'm too quiet compared to the noise of the drone and all that kind of thing. So it's because I've got goggle mode on, which is kind of mimicking the like here it goes. It's kind of mimicking the kind of imagery that you'd get through the goggles, because they're analog and not. Cool. Wait, where is this? Right. I said I was going to do some freestyle, so let's do some freestyle. Can't remember the exact race that I had it on, but I think it was roughly something like this. I think I had these a bit further down though. Let's see what that's like, and I can come back and tweak it. And then I should write them down before I forget them. Yeah, that's better. That's more what I'm used to. So then we can do things like power loop this. Do a split S over it. So one thing I've been practicing on this is like doing split S's over here, which is where you roll upside down and then roll around and then going through the gap. And also doing things like power looping the entire building. So not quite like that, but you get the idea. Needs some practice. That's no good. Sorry you lost your lunch there. But if I can do it right, it's like... yeah, there you go. Power loop the entire building. And then I've also been doing things like going through the windows and then giving a blip. Ooh, too far. I'm used to the racing rates now. This is why I don't fly a drone in real life yet, because I don't want to destroy it like I'm doing here. And you can do things like boom. Oh. That would have been better if I'd gone straight through the window. Then we can do things like do a dive. Do a sideways roll. So I've been doing a lot of like flowy things like that, so then I was doing things like weaving in and out of these pillars, except better than that because I warmed up a lot more. It's all the peer pressure now, making me terrible at flying. Nah, I just need more practice. Yeah, things like going in and out of these and just practicing getting turns nice and sharp. And sort of getting the throttle back on when I've made it through a turn, because you want to cut the throttle as you're starting the turn, but then pick it back up just as you come round, so you sort of restrict how far backwards you go. So kind of like that. and then fly straight into the thing that you were trying to miss. Right, I do want to see where this course goes though. So it goes down here. Oh, nope. Didn't catch myself properly. Right. So you go off here. Presumably you go onto the roof here. No, I don't think you do. Then you go through here. Go up like the arrows say that I didn't see before. Yeah. It definitely seems to be art in my case. Aha. Well, we found the rest, so it goes here. And then where? So these purple and green things are like repair stations. So this is a purple one's a repair station. And the green one's for recharging your batteries. I'm just not sure. Does the course go down here? I'm not sure. Doesn't look like it. I think my wallet prefers that I don't collide with things, especially when I'm doing this for real. Right, so it goes down there, up there, back out through there, and then across the top here, and is that just it? No, that's the start. So maybe that's the whole course, because I can't see anything anywhere else. All right. Yeah, that would be good. Could definitely do with an example. I mean, there's probably videos on YouTube, so. But who's got time for that when you're busy flying a drone? Right, let's just go up here. Right. Let's have a look. Let's go spare tyres then. Just for Calvin. Just for Calvin. Alright, give me 1 second. Right, so you can see the nice red tyres. Yeah, I guess for official ones that would be fine, but you can also build your own tracks. So I mean, I suppose you could put in some stuff for that too, but I guess they haven't though, so. Huh? Where'd the tie? What? So they come round straight into the crane. Is this more over here? I guess you go. Oh, right. They're in that part of the building there. I was thinking of the crane, but it's actually just past. So you come along here. You pop up through here, like this, and then up here. Over that. repair stations, and then you drop off. So you come off here, and then where? I don't think it's down. Is it? Ah, through that tiny little gap. And then, oh, swing around. There we go. And then you do a bit of a zigzag. This is also a challenging course. Presumably go around through here. Yep. No. What? Where'd you go next? Ah, off to the side there. It depends what type of flying you're doing. With freestyle, it's doing cool tricks and getting a flow going, and with racing, it's generally going through really small gaps. Oh, which I'm not doing a very good job of. Going through very small gaps. Hold on. Give me a second. So, my objective with what... Hold on, let me reset so it doesn't stop making that noise. My objective, personally, with doing all this is I want to get better at precision, because when you're better at precision, you can go faster and not worry that you're going to hit stuff as much. With racing, the objective is to get the best time compared to everyone else, as all racing is, but there's also a lot of strategy in it due to where you want to place to get into the higher and lower brackets and all that kind of thing. So but for me right now, my objective is accuracy, and the speed is kind of just something that happens along the way. It's kind of difficult to not go too fast when you're flying a drone. Yeah, so with freestyle, there's lots of tricks and stuff that come into it. There's several different branches of drone flying. There's cinematic drone flying, freestyle racing, probably others as well. But if you look up Mr. Steele on YouTube, then that'll give you a really good idea of kind of freestyle flying. And then there's another guy who's one of the top drone racing league pilots, called Alex Vanover, or Captain Vanover. So I think he's got some both racing and freestyle videos on his YouTube channel. If you want an idea of what I'm kind of trying to get to, that like this is nothing compared to the stuff that those guys can do. It's crazy. So I should probably go to the racing rates again if I want to actually succeed at doing this track, but these rates are kind of okay at the moment. Oh, no, hit the light, it's not ideal. Let's try this again, Let's see, this is bounced straight off of the tyres. Not a very good slalom, but you know, we do what we can because we must. Okay, so this part is you come around here and guess you can choose to go through the pipes or over the pipes. Come around here, over there. You go through here? No? They are very bouncy, yeah, well, I'm hitting them at like, if you watch in the top right, you can see the speed in kilometers an hour, but these things can get up to like 80 miles per hour. Over 80 miles per hour. Through here? Nope. Right, so you come out there, and then go up here. No? Hello? Tires? Please, can you tell me where I must go? Can anyone spot any more tires? Because I sure can't. Yeah. They can. I've seen videos where people have been doing things like chasing arrows, and they had a speed gun, and they clocked the drone going over 96 miles per hour. Like, you do not want to hit people with these because you will seriously injure them. Like, even going at slow speeds, the props will just cut. I don't know, is that the end there? Oh, no, here it is. Here it is. I forgot, I just realised I've seen these before. So then, that's the end. Oh, nope. Try not to hit things, that'll probably help. Alright, so I'm going to make a note of those rates because I quite like them. Where's my pen? And then I'm going to put it into the racing rates and give that track another go. And then we can maybe switch over to the green for a bit. Right. Well, it'd be, how much do you want off the top? Everything, including your scalp. Okay. Right, so yeah, let's stick with that. See how that goes. Yeah, if you tried hard enough and had big enough props on the drone, I'm sure you probably could. Not that I would ever try that, for obvious reasons. No, didn't catch myself very well there. Almost made the slalom. That did need a bit of practice. Through the gap, through the gap. Over these. Way too high. Around here. And through the finish line. And into a tyre. What does she do with a cleaver or something? Let's give it another try. This is definitely easier than that other course. But my lines could be tighter. What I should probably also do is the other thing that kind of affects speed is how far up you have the FPV camera tilted. And I have this one pretty flat, Whereas I think a lot of people, when they're racing, just that last one that catches me, they have it quite a high tilt, because the further forward the drone tilts, the faster you go. And obviously when you're racing, that's what you want. So I might increase the tilt. That's close. Increase the tilt a bit, and I think you're supposed to go through those ones. But I do not feel comfortable enough to do that just yet. Yeah, that's not too bad. Right, okay, so I think we'll try 40 degrees and let's just reset. Make sure all the props are good. So you should see, yep, we'll go a lot faster now. Yeah, it's like 20 degrees is nice and flat, so it makes it easier to land and sort of control, and you don't go as fast, which for freestyle is fine. But when you're racing, you want to have it pretty steep. Oh, this is a lot faster. Holy crap. Okay. So now, yeah, slow is definitely not not in my vocabulary now. Hot damn. It's just, that's too low. Because now you have to have the throttle higher to keep the drone in the air. But damn, this is faster. Oh, I thought I was going to hit that pole there. Okay, yeah. Ignore those. No slalom today. Can we even make it through this gap? Oh, just. Skip going through there. God, I thought I was going to hit something there. Well, I think that yeah, I don't think the drone will go up enough then. But yes, no, exactly, because obviously the thrust is how you go forward. So if you're only tilted 20 degrees, then you're going to go at so and so speed, but if you're tilted at double that, then you're going to go a lot faster. You need more throttle so that the drone doesn't drop as well. So what I'm kind of curious to try, 90 obviously is going to be too much, but what do people think about trying 60? Because that's what I'm going to do and see how badly this goes. Could either go real bad or real... Yeah, okay, right, great start. I think 90 would just be like teleportation. Whoa, okay, that's fast. Oh. The game didn't even let me try and roll it there. It's just like, nah, you just blown up your drone. There's no recovery chance, mate. Oh, bounced off those tyres. I think 60 might be too much. This guy does look nice. So does the ground. Right, come on. Let's try and take it with a bit more control. Or not. Okay, I'm gonna drop it to 50 and see how that goes. Probably a little bit better, but probably not by much. No, too much throttle. It's alright, the drone's still okay, somehow. Right. The problem is that I'm finding now is when I want to go up. When I want to go up, then it's figuring out like, am I just gonna have to add more throttle, or am I gonna have to tilt back to get it to go up, or? Because you got to tilt it up, like with this much tilt on the camera, you kind of got to aim up to go up. It's kind of a bit counterintuitive if you've gone from such a much lower degree where to go up you just kind of level off. So that's going to take some getting used to. But we'll get there. Now we just got to practice this turn. Alright, come on, through the gap, through the gap, through the gap. Round the corner, round the corner. Almost. Almost had it. Let's go down to 45. I think somewhere around there is probably the best balance. Well, I have actually got some rubber stuff that I 3D printed that protects the side of my drone, because the frame's actually made of carbon fiber, so it's lightweight and very durable, thankfully. Yeah, okay, I'm pretty sure that wouldn't count in a real race, but yeah, a rubber drone that just bounces off everything and doesn't break would be pretty cool. Clip the props there. Just ignore the track completely. Almost hit the wall. And through the finish line. Right, shall we see? Let's see what other tracks we got here. We've done spare tires, we've done who needs stairs? Let's try Pipe Dream, which is guaranteed to make me fly through pipes by the sounds of things. But yeah, like the drone game in Tron, that would be cool. Yeah, okay, right. Looks like through the pipe, come on, through the pipe. Oh, almost through the. Why is it so wibbly wobbly? I'm presumably I have to. Nope. Okay, through here, and then where? Around here. Okay. And then where? What have I missed? So what I'm actually going to do, just to make things better for you guys, let me see if I can do this without quitting. Yeah, okay. Let's do that. No, we don't need that. Hang on. Hundreds of slaps. More like thousands. These things. So the rating, let me just reset this. The rating on the motors is how fast the props spin when given 1 volt. So I'm sure. So the motors I have on my drone are 1,800 kV. That's 1,800 spins per second with 1 volt. The batteries that I hook up to it output what is it? It's a 6-cell LiPo. Is it 7.2 volts per cell? Hold on, let me just check that. Max voltage. Obviously the amperage has stuff to do with that as well. Right, 1 cell's 3.7. So 6 cell is 25.2 volts. So at max throttle, that would be just over 45,000 slaps per second. And this is a slow motor because of the battery power. Exactly. That'll get him to speak. Right, okay. Let's figure this track out, shall we? So through here, up here, through this gap. Aha, I spotted the other one. Okay, missed that one. Through this gap, through this gate I should say, into the side of that gate, through this gate, under here. Is this the finish line? Nope. Over here, through the excavator, through this gate, and you're done. Oh yeah, I know what type of dungeon you were talking about. I wonder if it's reset my... I feel like it's reset my... yeah, it's reset the camera angle. I don't know how 40's going to do on this one. I think it's going to be a bit too much given the tight spaces. Yep. Right, through the gap. Through the next gap. Oh, just made it. We did not make that one. Yeah, you can't leave anything out. It wasn't. This is true. Come on. Nope. There go me props. It's a good thing props are cheap. A very good thing. Right, through the gap. No. Yes. Missed that one. Can we get lined up for this one? Nope. Lined up for this one? Nope. Lined up for this one? Finally. Over that one, apparently. Through this one. Right. Oh, okay. I thought I made it through there. Not very well. But the good thing about this one is it's good practice flying through these tiny little ones. Oh. Come on, through that. Nope, okay. Through this one? Yes. And then through here. Slow down a bit. Through here. Nope. Through here. Yep. Through there. Come on. Straight into the top. Alright. Talk to your suit, Kizzy. Right, I want to give the next one a go because that one's quite a short one. Let's go. Choice matters. And wait for it to load. All right. I'm kind of enjoying the racing part of this actually. I didn't think I'd enjoy as much as this. This one looks complicated. Right. So I guess we go through here first. and then you can go either down here and miss all of these, and then go through here, and then okay, round through here. Hey modified sub, how you doing? We're doing some drone practice flying today. Ah, I see. And then you go through here, probably through these hoops, which I'm doing a great job of hitting. Oh, that was literally a hit there. Nope, missed that one completely. And then I guess down the middle. I have no idea how this track's supposed to be done. Like, I guess that's why it's. Well, guess this is why it's called choices. I'm glad to hear you're doing good. How's your week been? Have you been having an enjoyable week? Just working, doing school, or? I'm really not sure how to tackle this one. Right, okay. Right, missed that one. Let's just try and hit these hoops. And then I guess we go down the middle. I'm glad to hear that. Glad to hear that modified. And then we're going to do that, and we're going to miss that one as per usual. Also quite a short track walk. I like these glowy square things though, they're pretty cool. Maybe we can go this way. And hit that one completely, and also miss that one. Come on, go make one at least. Nope, apparently we don't. And then through these guys again, very badly. And then land. Right. I am going to put the camera angle back up to 40. And then we're going to give this another try. See how badly this goes. Right, I'm going to start going down the middle. I can imagine, I'm like, oh no, don't want to hit it with my head. Dodge out the way. Oh, and roll the drone. I was wondering if anyone was gonna mention that. My head bobbing and like. Right, we're gonna go this way. Oh, clipped it. Okay, never mind. Skip that one. No, we skip off of that as well, apparently. And that, oh, this is so much more difficult with a higher degree. I feel like any second somebody's just going to smack me around the face when I do hit something. Oh, like that, just like all the time. I'm not hitting as many things as I thought I would. Like, there's some gaps where I've gone through and not hit anything, and I'm like, did I really not hit anything there? I'm not sure. Oh, definitely hit that. Definitely missed that. Right. Okay. Let's get wet. Right. Let's have a look at the last one, and then we can pop over to the green. So I played the green the other day, but I haven't checked out any tracks on it, so I thought that maybe I would do that today. put the angle back up. Start off at 40 degrees. Oh, we started on a tire there. Alright, so go... wait, where? Through that tiny gap. Oh, no, not through the tiny gap. Through the nice big gap. Then round here, through that gate. Through that gate. Round through that gate. Oh. Hit the truck. I don't know that I went the right way there. Why are there no arrows? What is this? So we went around here. Wait. Which way? What? Oh, I lost the prop. That's... See a modified sub. Right, okay. So through here. Round through here. Round through there. Round here. Through there. And then where is it? So it kind of looks like you go this way. Ah, yeah, there's the arrows. And then through here, maybe. Oh. So you go left. Left and then where? Straight through. This is confusing. You did. Whoop. Watch out for the poles. You're definitely right, Calvin. They definitely need some kind of like glide through. I want to say that maybe it's around like through here, but I'm not completely sure because I don't see anything. Okay, hold on. What I'm going to do is I'm going to lower this right down so I can fly nice and slow and try and figure out where the heck I'm supposed to be going. Glide through. I can't remember what I was saying about gliding through. Maybe I think I'm concentrating so hard on not hitting things that sometimes the words coming out of my mouth might not make much sense. So we came through here, go round to here, then go left, and then where? Like, I can see the cones over there, but like, is it straight through here? Through here and then around here? And then down here? Is that it? Let's repair. Whoop. Let's just get a bit of a repair going. Oh, this angle makes it so much easier to fly super slow. Come on, in the repair zone. In the repair zone. Right. So we go around here. We go left, right here. Get my lefts and rights confused because of concentration. The markers seem to be gates and codes. So these are gates, and then and these fences over here with the arrows. So got these arrows here pointing left. So through here, but then like I'm not sure. Oh, trying to get used to the completely new angle again. Presumably it is through here. and just round like this. I think that's it. I'm not completely sure. And then round through the start. And no, that needs to be tighter. Oh. Yeah, so I'm not sure where that, unless that's what the under construction part is, it's like not completely finished. So the other thing about this map that's pretty cool is the name. So Bando, this is called Bando City. Bando is short for abandoned. It's used, I don't know if it's used elsewhere outside of drone flying, but so you'll often hear people say that they're flying a Bando and it's like an abandoned building or something like that. So this map is called Bando City, as I mentioned, and right, if we take a break from this, so you'll see that it's Chinese, right? So those characters are Bandu, so it's like Bando, Bandu. But the really neat thing is that they translate to incomplete city. And as you can see, we're flying around an incomplete city, which I think is pretty neat. Yeah, I guess it's just an incomplete track on purpose, and I'm fairly certain we just go through something like this and then round. Right, let's get repaired and then land. Not on the tires because I'm not that good, especially not. Right. Okay. Increase the angle to 40. And let's see how well do we do. So I'm going to try and do it a bit slower to begin with, because I'm going to keep missing that gap otherwise. Right. Let's try that one again. There we go. There we go. Oh, missed that one completely. And then, oh, that was too close. That was too close. See, that's what I'm talking about. It's like I don't honestly know how I didn't hit anything there. It just complete mystery and a miracle. Okay, right. I'm just going to keep going around the track until I manage to hit all the gates. And try not to hit all these other things as well. Oh. Oh, okay. Screwed that one up. Yes, I did do a front flip. Wasn't what I intended to do, and it also involved a lot of dirt. It was a very dirty front flip. That one involved a truck. Oh, that one involved an I-beam. Right, okay, last try. As soon as I crash again on this one, then I'm gonna switch over to the green, and we can do some more freestyle. concentration time. No, come on. Just let me. Am I? I thought I was hanging on by a thread there. I just hadn't dropped the throttle enough for it to go down. Oh, okay. And there we go. To the green. Let's go. Where's it gone? This menu's a little bit fiddly. There we go. No, we're just gonna do some freestyle before we finish up for this part of the stream. Oh, I hope people aren't feeling too ill. I'm waiting for James to make an appearance before I get started on the game dev part, because he was going to be working with me, but I think he might be making dinner. Shouldn't be long now. Right. So this. Oh wait, hold on. I forgot to change my rates. 0.7, 0.7, and 0.61. No, I hit the. There we go. Save. Back. Right. Reset. So what I was doing on this one is I've been practicing power loops, and this little building here is pretty cool for power loops. Now if you can get it right, you can actually keep quite a tight loop over the top of the building. Like that. So it's but yeah, you really gotta get the right angle when you come and attack it, and you gotta sort of get the timing right of the roll as well, and when you drop the throttle. Then you can do things like that. And there's some pretty cool places to fly around here, like there's the water tower, and then there's that building that you can see. I don't think it does. I think you might get a bit of water on the screen, but I know that landing in the ponds or the what have you, that does. Oh, okay, it does. It does affect you. Right. Cool. Good to know. Because the next thing I was going to try was to fly through the fountain, which you can see just there. That little white speck on the screen. I've like flown under the water from the sprinklers before, and like nothing happened, so I just thought, okay, nothing's going to happen then. I was very wrong. But what I haven't looked at, look at these little gaps here. The question is, it's very tight, but I want to power loop that building, but it's kind of got the thing in the way. I haven't actually looked over at this little bridge here. That's pretty neat. Pretty neat. You can dive like straight into the water as well, and that will kill the drone. So let me see if I can do this. Yeah, there we go. And then maybe we can do like a power loop here. like a flip-flop power loop. So something that I somehow managed to do the first time I tried it is power loop this building. I don't know if I'll be able to do it again, but we're gonna give it a shot. Not as tight as before, but not too bad, not too bad. Yeah. I mean, could have landed on the props, but didn't. Like, you can sort of fly around the sprinkler, like. I think it's just the bit in the middle. Or maybe if I land here? Okay, no. Yeah, let's give this power loop another shot. See, if I'd held it for a bit longer, the prop, if I'd held the throttle for a bit longer, it would have pulled me. See, that was too much. But if you hold the throttle for a little bit longer, then it'll pull you back down to the ground. Or you clip the building completely. But yeah, I like the layout of the trees on this map, because they're quite nice for like power looping and just going between. I mean, that was way too early to start power loop, and I've lost one of my props, so. And there's also there's some gaps like that you can kind of do, like, I can't remember what the name for that one is. You go sideways to go through it, which I am not particularly good at. Let's see if we can do it through this tree. See, what I should have done there is just gone for the complete roll. So I was like, wait, which way am I going to go? Which way am I going to go? See, I came off the throttle too early. That's what I think anyway. Came off the throttle too early. Oh. I think it was obvious what I did wrong that time. I hit the tree. Let me come at it from a better angle. Well, I'm not sure I should have made that one. I think that it should have hit my hitbox. But I'm not complaining. What else can we do around here? I mean, there's so many other tricks that I need to learn, like Rubik's cubes, and like there's one where I think you need a much higher tilt, but you're kind of like you're going forward and then you're round, so you're going backwards and then you do a roll. That one's pretty neat. I think if I'm going to try that one, I'm going to need a much higher angle on the camera. Let's try 30. It's kind of like you go real low. You know what? I'm gonna go to. Oh, this will be good. This will be good here. I'm gonna go low, and then you switch around, and then you do a roll. And you want to be as low as possible, like almost scraping the ground. So let's try it here. So you go like this, you roll. Maybe a bit too low. Oh, not on the putting green. I think I'm lowering the throttle a bit when I'm yawing around for that. I need to be increasing the throttle a bit, I think. Maybe I should practice just spinning round. Like that. Yeah. That wasn't too bad. There's just that part of me that wants to just throttle up so I'm not going the wrong way anymore. But you gotta like hold on to that speed so that you can. I mean, that was kind of something. I don't know if it was the trick I was trying to do. But it looks pretty cool. Nah, it was too low. Let's try it over here. Oh, this is nice and flat. Let's get some speed. No, I didn't do the spin at the right point. I also probably didn't need to reset there. I could have just... Wait, just wanna... Hold on. Okay, okay. No, I'll stick with 30. I'll stick with 30. I was just wondering if it had reset to 20 or not. Oh, I need more tilt. Okie dokie, so we're gonna finish up shortly because James is gonna be joining us to do some game dev. So I'm just gonna hop on in here. Right, okay. But until he comes on, I shall keep practicing this trick because I'm getting so close. Okay, yeah, getting there, getting there. It's the closest I've come so far. Again, because I can't remember if you like your round, roll and then do like a split S or something like that. But I mean, I think it's just pretty cool that I like this move. Just looks pretty cool too. I'm gonna try increasing the camera angle to 40 so I'm going even faster. I need to stop resetting the drone because you can't do that in real life, but you can turtle mode it, which is like you reverse the motors and they use it to flip the drone back up the right way. I think the problem I'm having is that I'm not completely round the other way when so I'm kind of like doing a diagonal yaw spin, whereas I just want to be doing... But it's definitely easier with 40 degrees, that seems to be the case. Yeah, keep resetting, damn. Last couple of tries. Last couple of tries. I'm actually quite liking the 40-degree angle. Oh, I think it did it again. I reset again. I'm quite liking the 40-degree angle. It's too low. too low? Is that... Let me try it a bit higher first. Something like that. Yeah, that's cool. Oh. Got a little bit of prop left. There we go. There we go. I'm liking it. I'm liking it. It's coming along. That is called the Vanny roll. As Captain Vano is the one who came up with it. That was too low, and I've killed a prop. Have to reset that one. Oh, clutch. Nah. Come on, come on. I guess I probably should be casting the throttle when I do the roll. That's probably a smart move. Yeah, that's what I should have been doing. Almost. Almost. I think I'm gonna have to go back and watch the video I watched on this trick again, so I can just really nail it. That was obviously way too low. I was literally skimming the ground and trying to roll. That was just stupid.
Hello.
Hello.
Why are you so quiet always?
I don't know. I thought it was okay on the stream, but I didn't.
You
have
are
any complaints
deathly
there.
quiet to me for some reason.
No. Discord doesn't seem to like my microphone setup.
Hmm.
Right.
Are you sure you've got the right,
The right, the left.
the upsy downy?
No, I'm not sure. To be honest.
Okay. Who is this? Shizuko Games. Oh.
Good.
Oh, I've seen her on the old YouTubes.
Who dat?
Shizuko Games? Shizuku, I guess. She's a virtual tuber. A VTuber as they are known.
Fair enough. Right, bear with me 1 second. I need to grab my notebook, which I've left on the table behind the green screen.
Okay.
Right. I'm back. How you
Welcome
doing?
back.
Thank you.
I'm good, how are you?
Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad. Let me just get something shown on the screen here. There we go. Right.
You're not just going to have insert game to continue for the rest of time.
Yes, that's just my stream now. They can only hear me typing on the keyboard. And
The ideal,
That's
it's
it.
just your face. That's the
Yeah.
best stream I could think of.
Thank you. I guess. Because I'm so bad at games, or...
No. I think I'm much louder on your stream than you are.
Let me have a listen.
No. I think I'm much louder on your stream. I'm the protagonist of your stream.
Listen.
No. I think I'm...
It does sound like you are. My
I
mic's on
am.
full volume.
I think you,
I
like...
can turn it up.
Are you
like
enunciating
this.
when you speak?
You tell me.
That's better. Let's see how
I
that comes
can-
up on stream.
Well,
I mean, yeah, that's much better. If you can constantly talk at that sort of level, that would be great.
it's kind of like putting my face right up against the microphone like this.
Accidentally
Right.
taking over the stream. Listen, I'm sorry, I'm just too... Qualifications
into
not
it.
meeting the requirements. Fuck you, HR
okay.
services.
You're not meeting your requirements.
No, I just got a email. That's all.
Oh, that's not what I'm to do.
Just got an email. Captain, you understand how it is.
Yeah, I do. Emails take up way too much time. Let me know when you're ready, and we can start. going
I'm
through
ready
developments. Cute.
for whatever this is.
I'll drop this in a Google Doc later as well, so you can see it. But I've just been handwriting notes on it. So I guess the first thing you're going to need to do is download Godot, seeing as that's the engine that we're using. And I found out something pretty cool today. They have a visual scripting element now.
Catch you later.
Peace.
Bye.
Godot, the Sostanza Italiana, yeah, for takeaway from Marylebone in London. Marylebone. Opens on 11 AM on Saturday, just in case you were curious.
Yes, I was very curious. Right, yeah. So you're gonna need to
Quite
download
nice,
that. I'm sure it is. Yeah.
They serve your food in jars.
Oh, I'm sure We Want Plates would have a field day there.
Anyway, I apologise for disrupting the flow. Go on.
No, it's perfectly alright. I'm just updating the stream.
Standard version? Mono version? Which version am I on?
Just the standard version.
Standard 64-bit. Lovely.
Yeah.
Open with 7-zip file manager?
Yes, yeah, it's just .exe. So,
Extract. Yup.
I really like Godot. It's for multiple reasons.
Is this stream sponsored by
Actually-
Godot?
No.
Okay.
It's open source, which is the main reason I like it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's quite nice to use, and it works really well for 2D games. I like the scripting language they have as well, which is based off of Python. Well, it's pretty much is Python.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if you remember that game that I was messing around with a while ago. That I sent you guys links to play, but I built that in Godot, so I can give everyone on stream a little demo, and hopefully they don't get deafened by. Oh, okay, that's not gonna work. I'm gonna need to do.
Are all your sounds royalty free?
Yes, they are. I'm gonna need to do that.
Confirm you do not have any current projects. Would you like to explore official examples? Yes. Yeah, done projects.
Turn the desktop audio down. Yeah, you can do things like change the difficulty. Then, so you're this little guy, and you go around collecting credits, attacking bats, try not to die. And I think Sven actually speedran this game.
He did.
Multiple times. Yeah. And then what's right? Yeah, that's. Yeah, well, I've got already down to 2 hearts. I don't know who that is, but yeah, it's alright because there's a health pot. I've forgotten the controls, to be completely honest with you. Yeah, I know, but I haven't played it. So there's all these little things, and obviously the pixel art kind of ratio does not match up at all. So, and there's like triggers to trigger different music. I mean, this is all like stuff people take for granted in games that it took me like a week to build.
Look at that terrible AI, just runs straight at you. How?
Yeah.
There's no emergent AI.
I didn't even get to show you the shop. Okay, but let's see. We can go back to the menu. Is James talking? Oh shit, yeah.
Have you fucking muted me?
No, I turned the desktop volume
Wow.
down so you didn't get deafened by the.
Muted. This is
hold on,
terrible.
It's off to a great start, isn't it? Volume mixer. Yes, you. Okay, cool. That'll do. Right.
Oh my.
So all I want to do is show people the shop.
All I want to do is talk and be heard, you know? All my wonderful
Alright.
jokes that were just missed from the last 2 minutes.
Sorry, I do deeply apologize. So yeah. So anyway, this is kind of the game. There's also a shop. It's not so much a game as more like experimentation and followed a tutorial and then sort of figured things out on my own from there. The shop was not part of the tutorial. This is something that I put in completely on my own. Figured out things like how to make weapons and stuff bounce up and down. You can buy this heart to increase your max health. You got other weapons that you can buy. So I can buy this axe and you can see it pops up. And then we can go and smack some bats with it and it one hits them. And they just explode with a bit of camera shake. So go.
I was gonna say, was there more enemies, or was it just bats at the moment? I feel like it was...
I attempted to implement a giant bat, and then
That's
I
right.
kind of was struggling with it and never got around to fixing it.
No,
So it's
the
like,
boss bat was
at
there.
this
I
point,
remember fighting it.
maybe I'm running an old version of the game.
I could have
you
sworn
could-
the boss bat was there.
I think I had some issues with how they were spawning in, and I
I think the speed run was to who could kill the boss bat first. Obviously, being the Dark Souls pro that I am, I won.
yeah, that's kind of maybe he's on hard mode. Oh, okay. There's a bug. Restarted with the power axe.
Nice.
Is it going to do the same amount of? Yep, it does the right amount of
It's
damage.
not a bug. It's just new game plus.
It's like, oh, you chose to go in hard mode now. I think it was something like sometimes the big boss bat was invisible, and you just run into an area and just get stomped on.
Well, not me, mate.
No, of course not you. But we can have a look in the code. I should have enemies somewhere. NPCs.
We're in an inaccessible chat, aren't we? We're in an inaccessible voice chat.
Yes.
Oof.
Why?
I feel so prestigious. Usually, I'm on the servers and you look and it's like recording or whatever, and you can't look at it because obviously I'm not one of them. Now
Yep.
I'm
Now you're one of them.
in the recording booth.
You are indeed. So this is the kind of code that you can expect to see. It's all the individual code points are, well, the scripts that are linked to the various things. They're generally all pretty short. It's mostly
A little bit small for stream.
Can I zoom in? How's that?
Give it a sec.
Is that better?
Yeah, that's much better.
Yeah. So, like, this file's like 60 lines, and this handles like spawning in the bats. And the player one, you can see there's a spells thing here as well, because I was trying to put in spells too. The player one, as you can see, is a bit longer, because it's handling a lot of events happening, and button presses is going to handle different states, like should you be moving up, down, left, right, attacking, rolling, casting a spell, what weapon texture should it have, and like should I go into the menu, all that kind of thing. I haven't played around with the visual scripting side of things yet, because I only found out about that today. So we should probably talk about the design side of things before we actually get cracking. So I've got a decent amount of notes here, like to get us started, that I can go through. So the idea behind the game is that it's like a deck building card battling game, but it's a roguelite. So when you die, you basically have to start from the very beginning every single
nothing
time.
gets carried over.
Well, that's with a roguelike. A roguelike is the one where nothing gets carried over. A roguelite,
I thought it was the other way around.
some things do.
Wait, are you saying like or like? Because it sounded like you said exactly the same thing there. I feel like we need to go light and like.
Roguelite is what I'm aiming for this game.
You're aiming for a roguelite.
Like. Yes, a roguelite, because...
See, a roguelite is...
Have I got them the right way?
Yeah, characterized by a use of progression element that persists after failure. My apologies, I've been calling it wrong for all these many, many years. In fact, there's the game that I often quote, which is Rogue Legacy, and that's a roguelite. And I've been like, this is a great example of roguelikes. Wonderful.
Fair enough.
Wonderful.
Well, now you know.
Now,
so the reason it's a roguelite is because the cards that you collect during your runs carry over. So you collect cards whilst you're doing a run, and you can use that to build a deck outside of the game. So you start with a basic deck, like a defense card, attack card, or well, maybe a couple of each. And then you go through the game, you collect the cards by either buying them in like stores or other kind of places, maybe off of specific NPCs or that kind of thing, or you win them by fighting monsters. And sort of easier monsters will have like a very, very, very low chance of giving you a mediocre rarity card, but harder enemies will give you a much higher chance of dropping a card that is a higher rarity. So primarily you'd want to customize your deck between the runs, but also any cards that you collect during the runs, whether you buy them or beat an enemy for them, that card gets added to your deck straight away at the bottom. The one thing that I'm not sure about is, should the player be allowed to reorder their deck during a run?
I mean,
or should the deck order just stay the same the whole run?
I feel like it should shuffle, no? If it's like a card drafting game back in, like, whenever I play a card drafting game board game, if you buy and acquire things as you go through the game, you buy new cards, they go into like a discard pile usually, and then once you've used up all of your deck, that all gets shuffled together, and then you draw the relevant number of cards again.
Yeah, okay. That sounds good.
It's a pretty effective system.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Let me make a note of that. So, used cards into discard.
And also when you get a new card, it goes straight into the discard rather than your deck.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's how games like not Dominion. Is it Dominion?
Possibly.
Dominion and my favorite card game, Heart of Crown, I think it is. Not Dominion House. Thank you very much. Dominion board game. Yeah, Dominion's one. Heart of Crown. Heart of Crown PC? What? What?
Okay, that sounds good. Yeah. So shops generally sell cards and items.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Calvin. To start, when you start a run, you will be able to select an amount of cards from the cards that you have, and when you start the run, you will be able to. Before you start the run, you'll be able to have them in a specific order, is what I'm thinking. But then during the run, when you shuffle them, they'll become more randomized. And also the deck will increase in size as you collect cards during the run. And maybe we could have it so that some of the cards that you pick up during a run don't get carried over. Maybe at the end of the run you get to pick 3 cards.
I think that would make sense, because otherwise you could just do, like, and then maybe have like a system where like you can store cards that you don't want to take on the run with you.
Oh yeah, I mean you would. So like, yeah, that could be interesting. So you can lose cards that you've already previously collected, or no, well,
So most rogue light games that I've played is that, like, okay, so for example, 60-second hero. That's a game where you have to run right on the map for as long as you can to try and like survive. And for every step you take, it brings this impending darkness, right? But you've only got 60 seconds. So time only moves when you move, but you need more time, and there's ways to earn time. But you'll basically never win it on your first run. So at the end, you get like benefits and points for how far you got, which you can then use to like spend like out of the game, if you know what I mean, so that it will come into the next run. Or you can put things in a stash at the end, like maybe you can store like one item in your stash at the end, like say you got a dope sword but you couldn't use it, you can store it, and then when you can use it, you can bring it out for the run that you want to use it for, and then you've got like 5 storage spaces or whatever, and then you unlock new classes by doing things, and it's pretty interesting. I recommend giving it a try.
I will definitely.
But you don't
lose from your deck for that round, but would be able to re-equip for the next round. Well, I think the thing that James and I are talking about is you'd equip a deck, and you'd say maybe have 10 cards, and then maybe you'd collect cards during the run, which is like your whole playthrough, and then when you die, you can select maybe 1 to 3 cards that you can save, and the rest just get destroyed. I think that's what you were saying, right, James?
Yeah, you save like a certain number of things and the rest just go. So that way you would do runs. Maybe you'd do a run specifically looking for a card for your god run inevitably coming up in the future. But
and you'd save your really good cards until you have like because you wouldn't take one like diamond rarity card or something with like a load of crap cards. Because
you do what everyone does in every game. When you have a valuable card,
because you can carry it, you can save it.
Huh?
If you had a diamond rarity card, for example, and all the rest of your cards were just like base stock, you would take that one because you can save 3 cards. So you can definitely keep your best card. But you want to collect like a full deck of really good cards. So then you'd save. You take 3 really good cards and then a bunch of cards that you don't really care about so much.
But then this comes down to a question of where do you want to take the game? Because do you want to have a system where, it's like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, where you bank at a certain point, and then if you only get so far, you can only save 1 card. If you only get so far, you can save 2 cards. But if you die on your way to the third checkpoint, you only get to save 2 cards. Or you want to make it so there's like save points where there's maybe like a chest that you can put things in that's like your stash? So then maybe you'll dump a diamond card if you don't think you're going to make it any further. Or if you think, oh, I can make it to the next checkpoint, you won't dump the diamond card. Maybe you'll dump some like, maybe you'll just save some cards that you've picked up along the way that you don't need this run. And then you go, but you die, and then wham, you've lost your diamond card. That's a shame. It's how hard you want to make the game and what kind of system you want to put into place.
I was
my
thinking
extensive
that it
knowledge
would
of
be...
roguelikes is coming in use.
Yeah. I was thinking it would be, like, hard. Like, pretty
Then I
hard.
recommend something like the gambling system where you get occasional stockpiles where you can stop and be like, I think I should dump these cards here. Because obviously if you dump a diamond card, you're weaker for the next step, and you're more likely to die. But if you keep the diamond card and you do die, you've lost the diamond card. Yeah. Or Gunfire Reborn, I haven't actually played it, but it sounds pretty interesting.
Yeah, I know what Sven's talking about. I think that is kind of the way we are heading in a sense. I think the way that Gunfire Reborn does it is you can, at the end of the round, you have like energy that you can spend if you haven't spent it all during the round. And you can spend that on increasing the stats of your character.
Ah, so that's very similar to Rogue Legacy. When you die, you I'm pretty sure all or like some of your money. No, that's right. All of your money that you had comes back with you to like the local area where you can upgrade things. But to enter the dungeon again, it costs you 100% of the money you have. Now you can upgrade and get it to like only 70% of the money you have.
Okay.
But it's like a system where all the money you've got comes back out, but you then have to spend it before you go back in. So it's basically the same thing, but like an alternative. And you spend that on upgrading things, unlocking new classes.
Yeah, the main difference in Gunfire Reborn is you get, like, when you die, you get the screen. You can buy these skills, and the essence or energy or whatever it is, once you leave that screen, it's gone. Like, that's it.
Yeah, it's the same.
It's
with
very similar, but it's
Roguelike.
basically the same, except you just lose it in a different place.
Yeah. But it gives you no change. Yeah, that's pretty much, that's literally, it's exactly the same system, but it's just slightly differently laid out.
Yeah, exactly.
It's also worth considering if you want to do something like Risk of Rain 2 or Risk of Rain 1, both work, in the achievements you make during the run will unlock, in this case, cards for you to use going forward. So, like, you won't get the card initially straight away, but you'll unlock the ability to enter the pool of usable and achievable cards.
I like that.
It's a great system. It works great for Risk of Rain. So, obviously, you'll have to think a little bit about what you want your unique game feature to be. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, talking a lot about all these different things that work as games, but what?
Yeah.
What do you want?
What makes it?
What's
unique?
your thing? What's your shtick? Hard drugs? These are options.
No. Not personally.
Shame.
Is it?
Well, get someone hooked on drugs, then they're hooked on your game. It's a great way to.
I guess. I mean, yeah. No, what I was going to say is going back to like the stockpiling thing. I like the idea of either one of two things. So, I think it's the ender chest that works like this in Minecraft, but you put something in the ender chest, and then wherever there's another ender chest that you open up, your items are still there.
Yeah, that's
Maybe
the storage pile we're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. So no matter what run it is, you sort of, if you restarted the run, if you died and restarted and you got back to that stockpile point, the cards you left in that stockpile point would be available again, but you wouldn't have access to them outside of the game. So you kind of got cards that are kind of stuck in that first stockpile. And you can take some out and put some back in. So maybe something like that, or maybe when you get to each of these checkpoints, you have the ability to send a card home, in a sense. Like you won't have access to it for the rest of this run, but you're also not going to lose it.
Yeah, it's like banking it.
Yeah, exactly. Banking it, but you can only bank one each checkpoint.
Yeah, and then obviously people might not want to bank their cards because it'll be in their deck or whatever. So
yeah.
So
one of those two, I think. I don't think you. I suppose you could give players the option of either stockpiling it or banking one card. But I don't know if maybe that's just giving them too many options.
Okay, upgrades. Room to grow.
Yeah.
People want to see progression through their runs. That's the best part of Rogue Legacy, right? Like I can pick up that game now, and boy dandy, will I be a much stronger character than I was when I first started. Same with the Risk of Rank or 60-second hero. Like, you know, the first run is basically a test run, and so is that through to the 30th run.
Yeah.
Even Dark Souls, in an essence, is kind of a roguelike.
Oh yeah, definitely.
In a very, very, very vague sense, you know. You lose items when you die, but you can reacquire them. I mean, that's also a feature. You could also reacquire your stash, maybe. Like some of the stash, random cards get destroyed, but some of them may survive if you manage to re-achieve where you got to last time. So if you lose your diamond card run, you might want to risk making that plunge again to get it back.
Yeah. Or you could have like you could call it something like Deal with the Devil, where you have to like play a card battle against the devil, and if you win, then you get more of your cards back.
That'd have to be a tough fight, though.
Oh yeah, no, definitely. I don't think you would ever get all of your cards back either. Like you'd get some of them back.
But you need a punishment for death, don't you? What if you can buy the cards you have, or if you can't afford, you get random cards? We're just chatting, Red Space, having a little cheeky chat.
Yeah, we're just chatting about the game.
There should be a just chatting stream.
Well, I mean, technically we're talking about game dev, so...
If you have to buy the cards you have, or if you can't afford, you get a random card selection based on your money.
And I think Deal with the Devil, like that would be optional. Like the devil would maybe pop up and say, battle me to win some of your cards back. Something like that. Obviously a bit more interesting.
I probably would recommend changing the writing there, but yeah, I mean, I agree.
Well, yeah.
The
design side of things is your part.
Is it?
Well, that's what I was thinking. Kind of.
Alrighty.
I'll take the lead on development, and obviously we'll be doing bits of each. But if you want to head up the design side,
sure.
Oh, my fountain pen's run out of ink. That's frustrating.
Your fountain pen is running out of ink. Use a Bic like everyone else. Come back down to us plebeians.
No, it's too nice to write with a fountain pen. It's so smooth.
How is the design person going to be over here using Bics and pencils and you're over there using a fountain pen? You need to have there needs to be a risk in fighting this devil.
Yeah, what happens?
Satan himself.
What happens if you lose?
So again, just have it so that you lose like most of your cards. Maybe I don't know. I think you should only be able to fight the devil if you. I don't know. I don't know when you would fight the devil, so I don't really know how to.
Okay.
Rank it.
I have an idea based on what Sven said. So
either you
he's
can buy
where
one
he
good
said,
card,
what if you
gamble,
have
and
to
get
buy
two
the
off?
cards you have, or if you can't afford, you get a random card selection based on your money. Instead of that, what if it's kind of like a gamble, like we've been saying. So if you have enough money from the round, like 1,000 gold or something like that, then the devil pops up and says, let's have a wager. If you win, you get 60 to 70% of your cards back. If I win, I get all your money.
Okay, but what's the money going to be used for? Because that has to be an equally equivalent thing to having your
Yes.
great cards.
That is
Otherwise,
true.
you're just going to dump the.
Oh,
You'd be like,
well,
oh,
maybe-
there's nothing in the shop that I need to buy.
yeah, that's true.
Not
Yeah, maybe
so
maybe
you can
not
either
money,
buy
but something like
one
that.
good card or gamble and get 2 out of 4 or 5 of the good cards. You have a smaller chance to win the more expensive cards based on the money you have.
Maybe
I feel like it
you
could be
have
an
to
upgrade.
yeah. Maybe you have to oh, I don't know, not buy
Okay, but what's the end goal here? What's the objective?
of this session
No, of the
or
game. You
That is a
need
good
to
question.
answer the 6 important questions of how, who, which doesn't really matter so much, what, why, when, and where, right? So like, I guess we're kind of talking about the how, but what is the goal here? What do? You play a
think
card game like you're playing like a Hearthstone gauntlet, but then
well, it wouldn't be so much like Hearthstone. It would you'd be walking around a dungeon and then encounter enemies, and instead of the standard tactical RPG style where you sit there and you hit attack or defend.
Sure, so it's
you play
Final
cards
Fantasy with cards in a way.
Yeah.
Okay.
Much.
I'm with it.
So, I'm not sure if there would be like an end goal or if it would just be get through as many levels as possible.
That would have a very short lifespan. There's got to be an end goal. Risk of Rain has an end goal. Even though the idea is to just constantly run through, there are still bosses that you want to beat and to unlock more stuff. Rogue Legacy, the idea is you're clearing the dungeon to unlock the big boss. I've only beaten 2 of the bosses, and there's 4, and then a 5th big boss. So
I suppose it's similar to Moonlighter.
I don't know that one, but I'm sure it is.
And that's also a good game. Highly recommend it. Get on your Switch.
Oh, need good Switch games.
Oh yeah, I can give you a load. Yeah, Moonlight is kind of like you start off in one dungeon. You kind of have to go through the first through few rooms of that, and you kind of get to a point where you're not strong enough. You don't have a high enough defense. You don't do enough damage, so you die. But you have like a slot along the top of stuff that you can that's safe and stays with you. You can also you get to a point where you unlock I can't remember, like a traveler's pouch or something, which costs some money but allows you to teleport back to your shop where you sell the items you collected in the game or in the levels, the dungeon.
Seems very like Rogue Legacy, yeah, or another classic game, Reciteer.
I haven't heard of that one. I have heard of Rogue Legacy, but I haven't heard of Reciteer.
Reciteer. So it's a very old school game. It's kind of like Stardew Valley, but without the farm. You run a shop, you have to pay off a debt, but you like go into dungeons and you want to acquire as much items as you can, and then survive the dungeon so you can come back and sell the items in your shop to earn money. But if you die on the run, you can only like take one item with you because the idea is that you just grab the nearest item and sprint. So you choose which item you want to take out of the dungeon with you, and then that's the only item you get from that entire run. So
yeah,
losing runs sucks ass. The important thing to figure out, I suppose, here is that if we're doing a card game,
Hmm.
there has to be enough, you know, the combat in this case is supposed to be the intense part, right? So
Yeah.
you're going to have a solid card system.
Yeah.
You know, it's got to literally be like you're sitting down to play a fun, intense card game.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas most card games focus on longer sets of, like, no one enjoys playing a game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Sitting down and getting clapped in 5 minutes. They want to sit there and have a bit of a back and forth for, 10, 15 minutes, 30 minutes. But you can't have that in this combat because the idea is,
you want a good balance. So
maybe
so
to
is the running around
it would
piece be easier than
it's a balance you're gonna have to find between. You don't want the flow to stop whenever the cards come out because
no,
that's the crux of the game.
Yeah, I think that'll be something that'll need quite a lot of tweaking to get right.
Yeah, you don't have to get it right first time.
No.
But
yeah, shall I go through the rest of the list?
Go ahead.
So I've been making notes on the stuff we've been talking about, just so you know. So characters, I was thinking would have some customization options. You'd only start with one, and then you would unlock others by rescuing them, finding them in the dungeon, or like maybe they challenge you to a card battle, and if you win against them in the card battle, then you unlock them. So there's a random chance. There's not always gonna be a chance to find them on a run through, and there's like a random chance that they will appear. Obviously, as per usual, otherwise there wouldn't be much point in having them. There would be different strengths and weaknesses. And I was thinking of maybe not going with the usual dungeon crawler, like dungeon setting with like swords and shields and that kind of thing.
We've got a tower crawler, and with it.
Maybe.
No,
I was thinking, just like the game that I linked you that I knocked up on Scratch. That was kind of that kind of medieval setting, except you played as a slime defending a forest against humans that were attacking.
About slime today. It's a very good anime.
So it's kind
time
of
it got reincarnated as a slime. I'd recommend it.
All right, we'll have to check it out.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
so
that sounds...
it doesn't necessarily have to be that. It doesn't necessarily have to be kind of a similar sort of thing to that, but sort of something a bit different. But it'll take a bit of thinking and like, is it gonna
I feel like
or multiple sets.
This is just an arbitrary number I pick, but I feel like we should have 3 core gameplay features because everyone knows that 3 is the magic number, right?
Yeah.
So you've got sick card fights, right? Sick cards. You've got exploration.
Yeah.
Like this dungeoneering thing. I mean, take a look at every other game out there, right? They've all got a third feature. Most go with town building. Even Recettear, you have to like explore, earn reputation with the Adventurers Guild. Rogue Legacy doesn't. Admittedly, it does what it does and it does it well. But most people don't know of Rogue Legacy, whereas most people know of Stardew Valley.
Yeah.
So, what is the third feature or fourth?
My initial thinking was, we just have randomly generated levels. But what if we didn't do that? What if we made it more of like a story?
What if we make my life hell? Yeah, that sounds great.
Yeah,
Yeah,
what do
go
you
on.
mean make your life hell? Give you something to do.
Well, if it's
It would
procedurally
be
generated, I just have
us
to do a certain
working
number of assets, and then it's bish bash bosh. If I have to
Yeah,
design
then
a
I
level,
have to work out the algorithm that generates the levels.
Yeah, I'd rather your life be hell than my life be hell. Okay.
Oh, I see how it
No.
is.
Go on. So yeah. So
Well, I'm happy
if
to
the
do
levels
level
were
design,
actually
that kind
designed,
of
so
thing.
what if you had like a world and you would choose to kind of like Darkest Dungeon?
Yeah. So it's more. There's more of a story to it. More of like. I hesitate to say RPG because I don't think that's the kind of level we want to go to for like the first game that we'd want to do fully, right?
Are there any good RPGs with card-based combat mechanics? Well, mate, give us a bit. No.
Yeah, give us half an hour.
That was 3.
We'll send it to you.
Okay.
I'm sure there's some.
Shadow Legend.
I think-
Shadow
what
Legend
was-
was like a generated name on Twitch or something. I've seen 3
There
Shadow
was-
Legends.
There's a one oh, what was that game? Oh, maybe I'm
So,
thinking Darkest Dungeon. Am I thinking
Darkest Dungeon is a great example from this. Then, if we're looking at this, Darkest
Yes, that's
Dungeon.
Darkest Dungeon that I'm thinking
right?
of.
You can spend your resources in the central area, right?
Yeah.
Which there is no like, hemorrhaging any resources or anything. But hey ho. That's them. Then they've got certain areas that you can go to, like the Wheel and the ruins, and then there's actually the Darkest Dungeon, which you can go to from day one, but you'll get absolutely clapped. But there is within each area levels that get harder and harder and harder as things go on.
Yeah.
And then there's like it's like the quest is like it gives you a quest thing of like clear out the dungeons or whatever, or like clear out this route. And you go in there and it's just an easy go in, clear, get some resources back out. But then it's got like mini, like certain, like after you've done a certain amount of time in there, it'll be like kill the Eldritch Alchemist or whatever. And that's like a tougher mission because if you have to go in, you're actually fighting a tough boss, you get clapped a few times, then you eventually come back and clap him. Obviously the difference is there, if someone dies, they die. It's like an XCOM kind of vibe. But those are procedurally generated in a way. You have like a box room that you'll do the fight in, and then you'll travel down a corridor where you can go left or right, and that is it, to the next area. There's no platform. You literally walk down a corridor, get a couple of like maybe events on the way, maybe even a slight encounter, and then you go into the next room where you're almost guaranteed to get an encounter or some other sort of thing.
Yeah, so it's kind of like I imagine what they've done then is they have the room layout randomized, but the rooms
It is. Yeah, everything the rooms are randomized. Obviously the art on the back is all the same, but there's you look and you get to see a map as well. There'll be like 6 rooms, for example, and it's just 6 boxes with randomly laid out in a kind of grid, and then you've got like corridors that link between them, so you end up kind of exploring your way around there to try and do certain amounts of missions or whatever. Binding of Isaac does the same system.
Yeah.
Room to room to room to room.
So does Moonlighter.
So does what, sorry?
Moonlighter.
But do you want to do that? Or do you want to go more sort of RPG Maker and have it so that you kind of explore areas?
I
Do you want exploration in the game, or do you want it to just be you go to rooms, clap someone, get a reward?
It's tricky because yes, I do, but also
I gave you 2 options and you said optional yes.
Okay, yes, I do want to make it explory. I think that would be really cool. But at the same time, I don't want to give us too much work to handle.
I mean, this is going to be a lot
So
of
it's
work
like,
anyway.
yeah. So what? So I guess we have to just manage that. Or I mean, if we start with something like simple and straightforward, get the core gameplay mechanics working,
Well,
and then once that's working, we can
mechanic
get
number 3 is though.
yeah.
if you know what the third gameplay mechanic is, you can operate around it because you know getting cards and whatnot and exploration. All of a sudden, you're like, oh, exploration's important, but also,
Yeah.
you know, there's a creepy shopkeeper that will sell you random cards. Maybe he even gives you sells you loot boxes or whatever. You know, bit of RNG in there. Everyone loves RNG. Everybody loves RNG apart from me. But
quite a bit of RNG.
I fucking love RNG.
So we need one more. So we got cards. So it's card deck building, card battling,
stick cards, exploration,
and we need one more.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, people go with...
What would you like to see in the game, James?
What would I like to see in the game?
Yeah.
My face? No.
Just randomly every now and again, James' face appears in the game and chases you around, and you can't do anything to kill it, and you just have to wait for it to.
It's a magpie with my face superimposed on the top of it. Not even art. It's just my face.
Just a picture of you. Just like a screenshot from Stream.
What would I like to see?
I mean, the other thing we can do is...
Go on.
It depends, like... We could start working on the core of the game, and then whilst we're working on the core, maybe something will...
I mean, if you're working on the core, then you have to work on the card... Like, how cards will actually... Like, how that's even going to work. Because within the overall game of what is the goal of the game, you have to go into what is the goal of a battle. You know, is it a card's going to have attack and defense stats? Is it going to be more like something else? I don't know. Is it going to be like Heart of Crown where you get points and no one actually really competes against each other? Like, where does it... It's kind of like a deck drafting game, but in this case, it sounds like we're doing deck draft with combat, which is...
Yes, so the idea would be that you have health and the enemy has health, and your cards... Some of your cards
have attack and defense.
Would have different effects, but yeah, you'd have attack and defense cards that increase your defense, and also you can do damage to the enemy until their health is 0.
Hearthstone, basically, or draft Legends of Runeterra.
Yeah,
in a way,
like Dream Quest kind of style thing.
Never played Dream Quest, but I'll take your word for it. Okay, so it's Dominion. It's Dominion meets. I'm gonna say Heart of Crown because it's a better game. It's Heart of Crown meets like Hearthstone. Okay. I mean, an upgrade system is always great, but like, you know, like an upgrade system that gives you like passive upgrades or unlocks things for you over time. But I don't know.
I kind of feel like it's kind of like card Dark Souls is kind of the way I feel like we're heading at the moment, which is fine. Like I'm not complaining.
Card Dark Souls, but cards. Cards Dark Souls.
Yeah. So it's like you have a progression, to you have like a path or paths to follow, and it's still difficult. Like you'd have some scrub enemies that are like fairly easy to beat, but those would kind of be to lull you into a false sense of security, and then you just get one guy who just stomps you.
Well, yeah, but at the end of the day, if it's a card game, you don't want people to have boring card matches where all they're doing is waiting to go through the motions so they can clap someone.
Yeah, I suppose the problem with that is like in Dark Souls, it's about improving your skill in dodging and attacking, so that you can take.
And you're rewarded by that by surviving to the next bonfire where you can go and upgrade yourself.
Yeah, and you can't really do that with cards. There's no like, I throw this card down before they throw the next card down. You're kind of
so much. You're kind of in between two worlds here, and I think you need to make a decision on which way you want to lean. You know, do you want to go Rogue Legacy / whatever that one Sven said earlier on, the gun one, Gunfire Reborn, or do you want to go Dark Souls where it's a bit more surviving until you can go back and do stuff? You know. Those are your two. Well, I mean, there's plenty of options, but those are the two options currently before you. If
What
you can
would
find
choose?
some nice, snug middle ground, then that's fantastic.
Mhm. What would you choose? I've made quite a few choices already, but such
My
as
role
the
is to be the
general premise
bounce
of the game.
board,
But
but what would I choose?
well, I mean, the thing about this is it's an equal collaboration, and I would like to know what you like. What would you like to see in the game? What kind of how would you like things like this to work? What would you enjoy playing?
So, the first thing I think of when I think of these games, and I've compared it to a few times, but is like a gauntlet, right? You have your cards. I think I've actually seen a game relatively similar to this recently, but you have your cards and
Mhm.
you acquire cards as you go through. You start off with like a deck. Let's say like you've got some cards in your deck that are base cards. Heart of Crown, for example, you start off with 10 cards, right? 5 of them give you money. 3 of them make you usually do some feature like they cost you 1 money, or like Clank, for example, means you build up something. They're basically shit cards. They're negative cards, right?
Yeah.
And then 2 of the cards are either neutrals, or they're negative, or they're just like movements, or they're more of a utility card, right?
Mm.
And then as you go through, you spend the money that you've got, which will obviously only be like a certain amount, and you acquire more cards, right? But that's a different style of game. This is a combat card game. So then you come into the question of where you remove your money cards in this case, and you replace them with like monsters. Maybe you'd remove the 3 negative spells and the 3 negatives and replace them with spells, and then maybe put in like 2 trap cards. Right, that's a pretty common dichotomy of like a Yu-Gi-Oh deck, if you know what I mean. You've got traps, spells, and monsters.
Yeah.
But the concern concern that I have is, you explore, you pick up, maybe like you find some secret cards, you find some like items or whatever. It kind of feels like you're playing an RPG, you wander around, and then like you'll have a hand of cards, and maybe you could have some items you could use as well, like spells. But I feel like I make the game too easy, so you can't do that. So then you have to come back to card drawing and card drafting. But if it's just card drafting, then there's very little. Where does the skill come in? When do you decide? Do you choose to set off with cards when you head out?
Well,
and if you do, how much choice do you get?
Mm.
And then when you're out there, when you can acquire a card, can you maybe one of the upgrades you can get is that you get less duff cards, but then do you have to spend to get those cards? And then how do you acquire the resources if you do have to spend? And if you don't have to spend, what's keeping you progressing?
Yeah.
What will make someone sit down and go, right, I want to get from here to here because I need whatever's at here, whatever's at B.
Mm.
How do you get someone to go from A to B? Because gameplay is great, but at a certain point, you're going to go, yeah, but why? It's kind of like Cyberpunk, right? Like, I love exploring that world, but why? And you're going to need more than just story, because as the man who is the king of side quests, let me tell you, major story doesn't always keep me hooked.
That's fair enough.
So then, where do you go?
Hmm.
An interesting question.
Indeed. Anyone in chat want to jump in with any thoughts?
I'm going to just put everyone in chat to sleep.
My brain's kind of trying to grind out an answer. It's not having a lot of luck trying to think of a good way of doing that.
Okay, what do you want to be the main focus of the game? Cards or exploration? Is it an exploration game with card combat, or is it a card game with exploration?
Card game with exploration as well.
It's a card game with exploration, so the most important thing is cards. So the exploration is more of a a byproduct, if you will.
Yeah.
So
So
then-
maybe you're exploring to find, like, you have to go to different areas to get different types of cards, and maybe
That works.
you need a range of cards to defeat like a big boss or something.
Okay, so now we're getting kind of, districts involved. So you go to some areas and you'll get cards that are from the district of, the dungeon, if you will. And then in that, you're going to get cards that might work together as dungeon cards. Maybe the dungeon cards are based on raw power, or maybe they're based on subterfuge, because there's different styles of decks, right? You've got decks that want to focus on working through cards, milling your deck, and then there's cards that just want to be strong and have a lot of health. Maybe there's cards that bounce off one another.
What if you can find something?
Sorry, I hop in for 1 minute and realize I'm missing out on the best conversation, and my internet is failing me. The biggest sad that one can have.
Sorry to hear that, Peter.
Not really played many of these card-based games. Okay, but
That's
have you
fine.
played roguelites? Because if you have, what do you enjoy about roguelites?
It's like not like it's that game that you get on your phone where you had to go through the different inflation quest or something like that. Do you remember that game?
Yeah, that sounds like a tycoon game.
No. It's like you go through different areas and you have to get through it, but every time you have like when you die, it gets inflation RPG. That's the one. That's the one.
Just got off the top of my head.
That's a roguelite.
Cards that buff your next action could be interesting. For sure. I mean, getting into the card mechanics is going to be a whole nother shtick. But
yeah. Well, what I was
a ton of card games. Huh?
What I was thinking is, what if you had like a way of combining specific cards, or like you have to find you're going on a journey to look for like maybe these ultra powerful cards that we use to defeat this sleeping enemy were torn up and scattered to the wind so that no one else could put their power to evil use. And now they I mean, obviously not this, because that's kind of cliche at this point, but you have to go around, you collect like the ripped up pieces of card from these different areas, and you have to like recombine it or something. I don't know.
Oh, you collect the 5 pieces of Exodia, just the name off the top of my head, just so that you can collect the god cards. Slifer, maybe, Obelisk, the Tormentor, and Ra, and then you can defeat Kyber, the big bad guy. There's names off the top of my head. Perma cards and temp cards.
This is Dark Souls, right?
See, that's what that was Yu-Gi-Oh, yeah. That's what I was thinking about. Like, you have like when Heart of Crown, for example, you have the 10 perma cards that you always have, and then you get temp cards as you progress through. Progress through the adventure with your core cards is a possibility. Yes, I completely agree with that decision. Fully.
Yeah. That sounds good.
And then this is what you can get in upgrades, is you can upgrade your perma cards, because your perma cards don't change, right? So every time you set off with the deck, and then maybe even you can have it as a feature where you could change a temp card to a perma card, and it permanently adds to your deck, and so you have like a permanent 12. I completely agree with perma cards and temp cards. There you go. Well, we had the same thought at the same time. There it is. Yeah.
Exactly like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I will make a note of that.
It's a good one to have. Good one to have. So you use Return by Death, and you come back around every time. No, so yeah, I think that's a good system. But then we still need the third gameplay mechanic, if you want to have a third gameplay mechanic. But exploration will feel empty if all you're doing is getting more cards.
Yeah.
I know it's kind of the Risk of Rain system, and Risk of Rain does it well, but Risk of Rain has, Twitch
just rip
intense combat as its third gameplay mechanic.
Okay, we can't rip that off. That doesn't fit.
No. It's So you can't have Twitch intense card gameplay mechanic. I mean, you can have intense card gameplay mechanic.
Why not have real combat as well?
Grab a
Each
sword.
player gets a real sword, and they have to go out into the snow.
Yeah, it's Pokemon Go kill your neighbor.
I don't know how much Twitch is going to like that, but it's alright.
joke.
I'm small enough.
You're alright.
I know it's a joke, but
No, I mean you gotta say it, for the old.
oh
Twitches.
yeah, it's a joke. Twitch, it's a joke.
You
Please
don't have to
don't
say
ban
it.
me. Yeah, this is satire. Twitch, damn it.
This is satire. Oh.
Disclaimer at the start and then the very Twitch stream. Everything we say is satire. Nothing is serious.
It's like when people used to think that like putting on YouTube videos and whatever, they were like, "This music is just is not my property or whatever," and they thought they could get away from copyright by just like having the entire disclaimer in the description. It's like,
That only works if the creators said it. Like that's fine.
Yeah,
You can just credit them. To use it.
But anyway, disregarding that.
Yeah. Yeah, so we need. I do think it would be a good idea to have something to flesh out the exploration a bit.
I mean, an upgrade system can fully be the third mechanic. You just have to understand that is quite the. Those are the three basic mechanics of most roguelites. So if you're going to do that,
You got to do it well.
what you do has to be done well.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, I
excuse me, music.
I was thinking of having definitely having an upgrade system, but I wasn't thinking of it being the third mechanic, the third core mechanic. That is.
That's fine. I mean, you can have four mechanics. The upgrade can be.
I mean, I was sort of thinking of it as a secondary mechanic, really.
Sure. So, but what's the third primary then? If you're not going to have that as the third primary,
Well, yeah, that is the question.
because pretty much all people who play games want a sense of progression, right? There's a reason why, things like Metroid no longer run the way they used to, where because the idea of that was they were incredibly hard and you would smash through it, and the difficulty came in beating the game, so you could tell your friends you beat the game. But
Metroids.
and then it was like, beating the game faster. But that's not the kind of game you want to go for. And no one's like, people do speedrun Darkest Dungeon, but it's not the reason people play it.
No.
Same with Dark Souls. People play it so that eventually, you feel stronger. You're up against tougher and tougher foes. But I don't think you can utilize that in this, because Dark Souls gets its thing in a similar way to Risk of Rain, and that the combat is intense, and that's what people like doing. Card playing can be intense and can be fun, but it can't. I don't think it works and stands up quite as strongly as dodging a giant axe wielding, ogre, I guess. Said like someone's mum who's never played a game before.
This is where.
Card games have always been outwitting the enemy. It's all about strategy. It's all about complex maneuvers.
That is like, the core mechanic.
Yeah, and that's why I think like having regions in which you can pick up certain types of cards is a great system, right? So you have like general cards, which are your neutral zones, and they appear everywhere. There's always a chance to pick them up in every region. Maybe a region's got certain chance to pick up certain ones, but they're like, basic cards. Then you've got, to take from Darkest Dungeon, you've got, I think it's called the Weld, and in there, let's say you could get poison type cards. Now that's a bad example, but maybe it's more like, maybe it's more like strategy, and you're picking up like, maybe they're like, they're focusing about taking out your enemy without actually attacking them with overwhelming numbers. They're low cost chips, my personal favorite type of deck. And it's all about just like chipping away at the enemy. So they summon a monster, wham, monster's dead. Then you chip through with a 3 attack, and then you go, and you keep just constantly. It's like playing like a ninja deck, or you've got like some
kind of almost a bit like Pokemon.
A
bit like Pokemon in the sense that like they just keep chucking out Pokemon at you.
I guess, but
Until you beat them.
Pokemon's more about the
In
different
a sense.
types, and that's kind of what this
Yes.
could be if you wanted
Yeah.
it to be. But I'm thinking more like
Mm.
if you went with like how modern card games work, in that like
Yeah.
there's different strategies to building your deck, right? There's metas.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, obviously, the ideal is that everything's balanced in the meta, but fuck me if that's not hard to do in a card game. So, you'd have, but then that would inspire people to go down different routes. Legends of Runeterra, for example, has a really good system at the moment where every match you beat puts you down a reward track, and the experience you unlock gets you down the reward track. Now, in those certain chests, is going to be monsters and champions that relate to the area's route that you're going down. Right, now that doesn't obviously apply here, but if you change the reward track immediately to a region that you're exploring, all of a sudden you're exploring the battlegrounds of Kazatar, and in there you come across and fight monsters that are focused on pure brute strength. So you're like, great, I want these. So you have to beat them in a way, not necessarily beat that card, but you have to beat that type of deck. And then as you're exploring, or whatever the system is, you inquire cards, you get cards that are similar, that are, grand champions, fighters with high attack and high health, but maybe no effect.
Yeah. Like, I suppose, I guess... Alright, Toodles
Sven, have a
Sven,
good one.
good to have you with us. I suppose you could
Yeah,
have
it's
something
quite
like... you go to the area and maybe there's a quest to say, oh, can you go and defeat this boss or this monster for me, and as a reward I will give you this card. And there's like a card
It doesn't
that you
have to
need
be
to
beating
progress the
stuff.
story.
Like, a classic one that Darkest Dungeon does is just explore this area. Explore a certain number of rooms. And then you've done it, and you've kind of, quote-unquote, mapped that area out. And if you do go with procedurally generated, then it works, right? Because it's just, if they explore the area... in a way, I guess you could regard Rock and Deep Rock Galactic as a
Rock and
kind
Stone.
of roguelike.
Yeah, I'd say that's a roguelite. Procedurally
But you see, that's got
generated,
multiple
lose
features.
most
But,
stuff. Yeah.
yeah, the core mechanics are upgrade yourself, murder things, rinse, repeat. But it does it well. It's got that risk of rain
Yes, it
swarm
does.
fact where it's like, hell on Earth. Or hell on Archimedes 3 or whatever the planet's called.
Hoxes 4.
Hoxes. There you go. So,
Food for short. Food for short.
food for short.
That's-
I am
yes,
starved,
food-
actually. I
food
haven't
for
eaten anything
short.
since, I haven't eaten anything all day, actually.
Um,
I think the region idea is a good idea to progress down, but
yeah.
that was partially my idea, so that's probably why I feel that way. If you don't feel like that way,
No, I like it. I like it.
cool.
What
But
about
then-
like a card forging?
Yeah, card forging, always a classic of card games. Got to be done. Got to be hard to do. Not hard to
Yeah.
do, but it's got to cost. Because if you can forge a card, unless of course you do it like mobile card games do, where you maybe collect a certain resource, then you open up a loot chest, or you can card forge, but card forging has to cost more in terms of resources than loot chests.
Yeah. No, well that's
Because
what
you're getting
I
a
was kind of
specific card.
thinking. Yeah. So I was thinking, maybe that would be a separate leveling system. And
So I'm not making a mobile game at this point. Okay.
sorry.
No, go on.
You have the lower your level, the more likely it is that your attempt to create or forge a new card of a specific type will fail, and you lose the resources
That could come off a bit cheap. Especially if card forging costs a lot of resources, right? Like you don't want you don't want it to cost a lot of resources and have a chance to fail. Yeah, Calvin's. That's exactly
Yeah,
what I was
something
thinking.
like that.
Multiples of the same tier of card combined for one of the next tier. So most
Yeah.
mobile games, very popular, like kind of Asian games, for example, they'll have like star systems. So let's say you have a 3-star of a character called Aria, and then you can get 2 3-star Arias, or usually it's like, multiple of 3-star Aria, and then she can upgrade to an Aria of the 4th star, which is great because one, it means you get to do new art, but also she gets stronger. Or that's quite a complex system, so you'd have to really want to do that if you want to do that, because then you're getting into literally like developing whole kind of systems, as opposed to just having cards that you use once and then they do their job. It also puts more of an RPG element into it.
Yeah,
I guess.
Maybe.
Like a 6-star Aria will every single time clap a 3-star Aria.
Yeah.
Aria is, I don't know.
Maybe the third, rather than to do with cards, maybe we could think more along the lines of the items. The third mechanic could be based around the items.
So that's where things get difficult, right? Because
more difficult.
If you take a standard RPG mechanic, right? Let's take Final Fantasy, right? You have attack, guard, usually like spells or skills, or whatever the game in this case is calling it, and then items, and usually flee as well, but doesn't really matter. If it's a card game, attacking, guarding, and spells are all in the card section.
Yeah.
You see what I mean?
Yeah.
And then if you have items, which can also be in the card system, if items are like a separate list that you choose to go for instead of doing anything on your turn, I feel like it will... I don't know how it'd affect the game. I feel like that would add to the difficulty of balancing. Not impossible, but I just feel like you'd have to really, again, think about what you're actually going to do there. Because we don't actually even know the card mechanics as of yet. Like, is there a mana system that builds up over time, like Hearthstone and Legends of Runeterra? Do you start with cards that generate mana, like a kind of Heart of Crown sort of thing, where you generate mana by the cards you have in your hand, and then the enemy also draws randomly?
So the idea that I was working on that other game, I have seen your message, by the way, Calvin.
Yeah, we just choose
the idea that I sort of put together in the very, very, very early rough prototype is you would draw. So you get into a battle, and you draw 3 cards, for example, and you have like each card costs 1 to whatever energy to play.
Sure.
And you have a pot of energy that could be increased via certain things. So obviously, if you have 4 energy, but 2 of your cards are like 3, and then 1 of your cards are 2, you can only play 1 of them. That's kind of, you have to pick which one do you think would work better, and then the rest of those cards go into the discard pile afterwards.
Okay, so are you talking about, let's say you set off on your journey, right? Are you talking about you would start a fight? Let's say that you started off with 10...
I can show you if you want.
If you want to, yeah. Probably just to change up the visuals for everyone else watching. Are you talking about you'd start with, like, let's say 10 MP? 10 mana points, for example, right? So now we're getting like proper RPG. You start with 10
mana might be separate, that's the thing. You might want to tie mana to casting spell cards or playing spell cards.
If you get into the point of changing what costs what to get into to get into what you play a card with, I think it could get quite complex.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's worth trying. While it's good to look at like to have up with a new mechanic, you also have to look at why other big companies and big card games and whatnot haven't done that. Sure.
So I forgot there was music on that. So this is very rough. And the only reason I did it in Scratch is because I didn't have a choice. So it is really
That's
basic.
My
Right?
art will be. Yeah.
So you can move around. You're the slime, and you can hit these chests, and you get different cards. Like that's just really basic card collection, right? And then you got the enemies. So, and you see the enemy has health and defense, and you got your energy down here in the bottom right. So it is very basic, and it doesn't really it's very easy. There's not really much of a challenge.
Right, no, but you're talking about that kind of card game. Okay.
Yeah. So you might play your defense, and then you got one defense, and then you attack him, and then you'll hit the timer, and your time's done. Then he'll play his cards, and I don't know if it will order it in such a way that I can only play one card. Yeah, here we go. So if I do that, then it'll kill him. So I can't really demonstrate not being able, but yeah, you saw like what I meant there, right? So like I can do that, and then yeah, there you go. Not enough energy, so that kind of thing.
Okay, so you're right. And what happens if you?
I also forgot to put the energy.
Do you
cost
trash your
cards.
hand at the end of the round?
Yeah. Any cards that are left over just get chucked. They go into the discard.
Okay. So that's very similar then in more like the board game system. So you, in this case, you're not having like monsters and whatnot actually stay on the field.
No.
Okay. Okay. So you're not okay, so you don't have like you wouldn't spend a certain amount of energy to summon something that would guard you or whatever, like like
I guess you could. Like, I mean,
no, it's just good to be on the same page.
Because I do like the idea of having things like that and trap cards and having some cards that you can play and they do stick around and they have like a lasting effect. Or they get activated if the player like plays a certain card. Or if the enemy
if I
plays
was
a
to
certain card.
look at your current game setup, it is an exploration game with cards. In my opinion. Because it seems like the focus is on exploration and perhaps the story or whatever it is going on. But the cards lack a certain level of strategy.
Yeah, what in this game here or
Yes,
in the game we're talking about?
I understand that you've got like 4 cards to work with, so yes, there's only going to be a certain level of strategy anyway. But in this game here, yes, there is. You spend your energy at the end of the round, you end your turn, and then I think you regain some energy. I guess.
Yeah, your energy resets to its max at the end of every turn.
To its max. Okay. So like yeah.
Yeah, and the max you can get items and stuff that increase that. Maybe that can be an upgrade that you can do outside. So Cowan said, I didn't forget Cowan. He said maybe you can use it as more of an upgrade, like 3 cards combine and you have one of the same, but it has +1 damage. That could work. Maybe. I don't know what you think.
3 cards combined. You have one of the same, but it has like.
So it's not like going from a 3-star to a 4-star, but
You take 3 Aria of the Woodland, and you combine them together, and she becomes Aria of the Sick-Ass Woodland instead, and she's got better attack or defense. But, okay, this is a very crucial thing we need to button down, like, here and now.
Do you summon things like in Hearthstone, where you actually get something that goes on the field that can be targeted and have effects on it, or is it you are fighting and you use cards? Because that is two very different game styles. And I feel like that's quite an important thing to figure out. Is it Hearthstone, or is it Heart of Crown / the game that you made there? I'm fine with either. I just feel like it's an important thing of what you had in mind. It'll also affect how strategical and what the focus of the game is.
Yeah. So I think I'd like to stick with the kind of the core part of what I was going for in there. But with some cards that last more than one round, if that makes sense. So not all cards would, and it would still cost energy to play that card, but once that card's out there, you can't do anything to it. It's either something like this card attacks the enemy for 5 turns. But I mean, not that, because that would probably be a bit OP, but along those lines. Or if the enemy plays one of these cards, which is kind of getting a bit more into Ascension style card playing, but if the player plays a certain type of card, then it triggers this card or something. But maybe that's hidden from the enemy, so they don't know. And maybe there's some that aren't
walls, or maybe like a spikeful trap or whatever. I'm just literally talking shit.
So it's like a ground trap, but if they are playing mainly bird cards, as a really random example, that is ground traps aren't going to be triggered by birds. I mean, they might be if the bird lands on them, but that's not really.
Now you're getting into real territory. Yeah, that's going to be a.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just using that as an example. There would be maybe certain card types don't trigger. Like, if the player plays a spell card, then this card is triggered.
Yeah, I could see that. Yeah. If this player plays a spell card, then, Sakaretsu armor and destroy it.
That's an interesting idea.
What if character cards have personal quests to achieve in the world, if you're upgrading, that is?
Yeah,
like
so
that.
you follow a quest on the card to upgrade the card. I like that.
And is that a permanent upgrade?
I think if you're putting so much time, if you're putting quite a while into it, then yeah. I mean, if you're doing a quest, the quest implies, okay, this is going to take longer than 30 seconds to complete.
Oh, no, all my quests take 30 seconds. Like a quest to make a sandwich,
okay,
for example.
Well, anyone who's not the best game player in the world takes longer than 30 seconds to complete a quest.
Uh-huh.
So if we're going to call it quests, upgrade quests or whatever, then it's probably going to be permanent, I would say, because you're going to be taking a while to it would give you a worthwhile upgrade to the card.
I mean,
in the end,
yeah. I mean, you're then talking about, I feel like then you're talking about journeys, so and so wants to do 5 different, kind of like assignments on Deep Rock, where you have to go and do 3 or 4 missions before you're even unlocking the reward. Yeah. Yes. No. Yeah.
Yeah. I guess along that kind of line, but maybe just 1 mission.
That's an adventure. I think D&D with the party is to kill a dragon. Doesn't mean Jeff the Knight doesn't have his own adventure. Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah.
So he has to travel all the way to the north and clear out his own run hometown. Yeah, but if you don't give a shit about Jeff's life, then Jeff the Knight can just sit in your bank pile or just discard pile or just never be used because you don't care.
It's more of a side quest.
Kind of like if Weapons on Dark Souls had stories to follow.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I mean, obviously, we're just coming up with the core like we're coming up with the overall ideas at the moment, so it's not like we can't change them down the line. Obviously,
No,
we don't
it's
want to change them incredibly drastically, but
All right,
we can
games are
change
released
how
next
they
week. We've
work.
decided to swap to a racing game.
Yeah, we're going to recreate Mario Kart 64.
Oh,
We're going to be calling it. We're going to be remaking Mario and Luigi into Chris and James.
Mario and Luigi.
No, Chris and James. Chris and James. That's what.
Chris and
That's-
okay.
Yeah, we're just going to reskin the game.
Okay.
And we're just going to have a magpie and a guy wearing glasses and a jester's hat. That's every single character
Alright.
is either one of those two.
Okay, so I mean,
And you could do like a Borderlands style, like where they have all the random guns. Like you could have a list of, like, so you have this, you have the sections, you have the areas, you have like maybe you have different places, like different towns in those areas, and you have different enemies. So maybe like it's just like a random generator, and it says you have to go to this area, to this town, and defeat this boss or this amount of enemies, or like, and you could have like a bit of background, like it could be like a Mad Libs kind of thing, where like when I was alive before I was killed and transformed into a card, my soul was transported into a card, I was killed by 50 orcs. To level me up, you have to go to here and kill 50 orcs. Yeah.
what a perplexing conundrum. Okay,
I think we're
so-
getting there though. We're getting some good ideas flowing. I think that you gotta come up with like a lot of bad ones as well. Like you just gotta chuck the bad ones out there because it gets them out of the way. And I know I've been the one chucking out all the bad ones.
Not at all. Not at all. Okay. Got quests, upgrades. How do they tie in together? So you're upgrading characters to get stronger characters because you want to have a stronger deck. But if your stronger deck is okay, so this is an important question. I feel like I already have my views on it, but I want to hear what yours are.
All of your
before I
questions
mine.
are important to me, James.
Thank you. What? This is a purely single player game?
Well, that is something else that crossed my mind as well. It's like, is it just a single player game, or do we want to maybe build in some co-op stuff?
Okay.
Because
Obviously, as soon as you go above one player, you infinitely
Mm.
make the balancing that
Oh,
much harder, especially if you get into
Yeah.
player versus player. But
Yes.
at the end of the day,
If you don't have competitive play, then your storytelling, gameplay, and general design has to be that much more solid, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Which sounds weird, but you've
I
got.
mean, I do I'm more leaning towards this kind of this kind of style of game, especially the cards playing in the way that I mean, you could do competitive, but do we want to?
Not really.
No.
Like,
So
not with the
I
way
don't
that the
think there's
card
much
game
point.
is being built. If you'd gone earlier on, if you'd gone left and had monsters and whatnot, then I can see that being a card game competitively. But as it stands, it's for me.
I don't think
it
it- I don't
sounds
think
like
it
it's
would
becoming
fit.
an RPG exploration games with card mechanics,
Mm.
which is fine. I'm down for that. Like I'm pretty down for that.
Yeah.
To be fair, because I like RPGs. But
Me too.
it's
No one
rare
ever
that in an
finished
RPG that I ever want to turn around and fight my mate. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, exactly. Because the only option then is to have it be co-op, but
I mean, co-op's
Like you
fine.
said-
Co-op's pretty easy to balance in terms of
yeah.
it's easier
Like
to
if you
balance.
and your buddy both like, I mean, because the options there are like you and whoever you're playing co-op with, you could either all 2, 3, 4, whatever of the people playing co-op attack the same monster, and you sort of have an initiative that's assigned, and it goes in that order to attack that one monster, or everyone kind of had like one person
Okay,
attacks a monster and then other people can go off and attack another monster.
Here's a concept for you.
Hmm.
What if you looked beyond just one monster? Right, it's pretty common in like a lot of role-playing games I've played where if you're fighting one monster, he's usually a bit of a he's been hitting the gym. He's quite buff and can usually slack
Yeah.
your party. But if you're fighting multiple monsters, all of a sudden
Yeah.
you've got another layer of strategy because you're like, should I send my, especially if you're only having like 5 cards that get trashed at the end of the round, it's less about building up a defense to chip away. You're now looking at
Yeah, because you might be
Playing
if you're, like attacked by
attack
dire
spells.
rats or something, then 3 might attack you at the same time. And sure,
yeah,
they take
and
it
then
in
you're looking
turns.
at, I've got
but-
one attack here. Problem is,
Mm.
I'm concerned.
So
with-
you could then, I suppose, you could say, I want to play this card against that one, this card against that one, and this card
Yeah,
against that.
exactly. Yeah. But I'm concerned about the lack of strategy. This kind
Yeah,
of feels more like a. I mean, shit. We could probably make this an RPG maker at the moment. It's not.
I mean, I think maybe that's to do with the deck. Maybe instead of having the cards go into the discard pile, like I think what Dream Quest does, for example, is the where the strategy comes in is the order of the cards.
Yeah, I mean that's a whole nother game. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, okay.
So it's like
I mean, if you want to maintain this style of combat, you have to bring the strategy elsewhere, I guess.
Hmm.
If you want to have it like this, then the strategy has to come from somewhere else because having
Well, yeah,
a
'cause that's-
well-built deck matters less if you're out of mana when you draw your diamond card. But I wanted to talk about, did you want to, I mean, an idea I had is that you start your journey, let's say with 10 mana or 10 stat, whatever you want to call it, right? And then when you go into combat, you have 0 stat cards or maybe 1 stat card or even like fucking 12 stat cards, I don't know. But let's say you have however much stat. I think it would be an interesting mechanic if you are going to trash your hand about how much you want to spend. So let's say you start off with a round of combat with 10, right? And then you go into the fight and you draw a 2, a 3, and a 1 cost cards, right? You draw 3 of those. I think we should go with more than 3 cards are drawn because.
Yeah,
anyway,
I think that's
for this example.
maybe, what, 5 maybe?
Now, probably 5. But so you have a choice there. You could play all 3 cards, but then you've spent 6 of your stat, right? So you're down to 4 stat.
Now, let's say you only recover 1 or 2 stat per turn. Next time you come around, you're only going to have a maximum of 6 stat. Now, if you draw 2 3-cost cards and a 2-cost card, all of a sudden you can't spend your hand. But if you need all of them / want all of them, you physically can't, unless of course you got items involved. But let's just talk about from a base gameplay standpoint, right? And then you're losing a card there. But then what I was going to say is, what if your stats, in a way, kind of carried over? So you'd be considerate of your earlier fights, not wanting to absolutely slap someone, because maybe when a battle ends, you only recover. If you win the battle, you only recover 4 stat. So let's say you ended the fight and you'd spent all your points in the last round and you went down to 2 stat. You end the fight with 6 stat because you've earned 4 from winning the fight. And then assuming there were no items, you then go into the next fight starting with 6 stat.
So stats more of a permanent kind of thing.
Yeah, it's
And
more.
it
It's
takes
looking for the
longer
long
to
game
regen.
rather than just the individual.
Yeah, I like
fights.
that. I like that. And I thought of something to also play into that. Oh yeah, so like you were saying about having stuff like that carry over.
Yeah.
If I remember, it's been a little while since I played Ascension, but there's some cards that you discard cards to either do damage to your opponent, or you discard cards to increase your points. But you can also put cards into sort of like in front of you. So you draw X amount of cards, and you have sort of an energy system that you can play this amount of, or you sort of use more to buy the cards. Yeah, so like that. But you put the card into sort of the middle, and that card then stays there, if I'm remembering correctly.
That's a pretty good system. So your energy is more like you're drawing, and you're like, instead of it being stats to spend cards, you're now taking stats to buy cards that go into a hand or a field that you're generating as the game goes on. That could be really interesting, because then you might draw a card that requires another card, but you don't know if you're going to draw that card, but it costs quite a bit. That could be a really interesting gameplay mechanic. Having to balance buying versus the draw cost.
Yeah. Because then I suppose you could do, like, if you had the separate points, so you had the stat and you had the energy, and then you'd have the energy you could spend to just play a card that gets discarded straight away and do like an attack or increase your defense. And then you use the stat points to play cards that would be built up over time by combining them with other cards. I think that made sense.
You are really quiet, mate. I barely even heard you.
Sorry, I should stop leaning away from the microphone. Do you want me to repeat what I said, or
I got the bit you were saying before, but then you said something after that, and I got like the whole thing about stats and different systems.
Yeah, I said I think that made sense.
Sorry,
I think that made sense.
Yeah, it did.
Okay, I'm gonna write that down, because I think I guess that's then kind of, does that come under the first core mechanic, or?
It's more under the first full mechanic, because you're now formulating a deck.
Yeah.
I like the system, because it's actually got draft mechanics, rather than just simply the only mechanic being how you order your deck, which personally would get real dry, real fast.
Yeah.
But
no, I can
it
see
comes
that.
under now, you now have this whole layer of strategy of, I mean, good luck fucking coding the AI for it, but boy dandy,
I enjoy a challenge.
It comes under the question from a player perspective of like, I just like the idea of drawing 5 cards, for example, and you have that cost system. And this is why I like, if you keep the system of like mana kind of holds over, like, or the whatever you want to call it, the stat carries over. All of a sudden, you might have a tough fight before the boss, and then you go into the boss and you're like, shit, now I've got to wait 4 rounds before I can actually do anything. So you're having to like
Instead of
buy
it
cheap
regenerating,
cards. Huh?
Instead of the stat like regenerating over time, like maybe you get 1 stat point per round.
That's
What
what I'm
if you
saying,
had? No.
Sorry.
What I'm saying
Right,
is
instead
instead
of
of
that,
doing that, you have cards that you spend energy to regenerate the stat.
What if you don't draw those cards?
Well,
The game
have luck.
ends.
Yeah.
Your game ends because of poor draws.
yeah, I suppose that's true.
Like that could definitely
I think-
be cards, but there has to be a system of regeneration. Otherwise,
Yeah, because the way Ascension does it is there's 2 types of cards that you can always buy. It's cultists and something else, and the cultists always do 1 damage, and the other ones always give you 1 point,
yeah.
and they're just always available to buy. You can always spend energy on that, but obviously we don't want to copy Ascension exactly. But
I'm not making
that's
Ascension
kind of yeah, that's kind of what gave me that kind of idea.
I get you. Yeah. I think. I feel like the system is sort of slowly congealing,
Yeah,
becoming a
I
system.
think it's coming along.
But, oh, pardon me.
Pod you indeed.
Okay, let me take a
Is there
momentary
like-
break. I'm gonna take a sandwich real quick,
Yeah, sure.
and I will.
I
Come
think
back.
I will do the same. I'm going to go to intermission and maybe make myself a glass of water and a snack as well.
And make yourself a glass. Wow, impressive. No,
Yes. I'm going to make a glass real quick.
do some glass blowing. This is a glass blowing stream now. What up, guys?
Yeah.
Uh,
Right. We'll be back shortly, dudes.
team.
Everybody, I'm back. I am not sure where James is at the moment. I think he's still off making his sandwich. I'm sure he'll be back soon. And I'm just going through at the moment, reviewing the ideas that we've had and trying to think up what our third game mechanic is going to be. So at the moment, I don't know. Maybe we have enough. Maybe the mechanics of how the card game part is going to play out is enough. Maybe not. Not sure at the moment. But that's something for me and James to discuss when he gets back. But there's definitely still some questions that I think we need to answer before we kind of get too far into the game. Because I feel like we've moved quite far away from being a roguelite now. Much closer to being just kind of an RPG with card playing mechanics, as James mentioned. But so my notes, my brief notes that I've put together based on our conversation so far, and based on the notes I've previously taken, are you start with one character. You have a simple deck. Over time, you unlock more characters. I'm still kind of inclined to have those other characters be maybe randomly unlocked. Not randomly unlocked, but sort of there's a random chance of finding them in certain areas. But then it depends on where we go with the progression. Like maybe a certain character has if you play with that character, then you get a buff on certain card types, or that character has a card type that only they can play, which kind of restricts things, and then you need like a number of different types. So you have some that any character can play, and then some that only specific ones can play, and then depending on how many characters you have, you need the specific type, so that could get complex. So I think that is something that, like, why, what do these other characters, other than looking different, what do they give you? Obviously you'll be expanding your deck over time. I would still like to have some kind of way of like risking your deck, like we've been discussing. Hello, welcome back.
It's good to be back.
I'm glad. I was just going over with my notes and talking about them. So I do have some. I think I've got some important question points that I think we need to figure out. But I think maybe go until 12:30 or so and call it a night after that, I feel.
Sounds good to me.
So with the characters, so I feel like we kind of pretty well moved away from being a roguelike or a roguelite at this point. Which is fine. That doesn't bother me. It's not so much the roguelite part that I liked so much as the card mechanics and sort of combining card mechanics with going and doing something else as well.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like playing against like an AI or one other person, and that's the whole game. As much as I do enjoy that, like I think it would be nice to have more to it. But anyway, we passed that point anyway. So there's two things. There is unlocking more characters, and what benefits, what pros and cons those characters have, if any, or are they just aesthetic? And how do we? Are we still gonna have like? Where does the risk come in? The risk of like, are we still gonna have the potential to lose cards? So one of the things I was thinking for the characters is maybe. I think it would still be maybe cool to have them have like a random chance of finding a character somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
And then maybe those characters, like maybe the base character does nothing special, but then the characters that you find, rescue, battle, whatever we decide to do, maybe they give certain types of cards a buff.
Okay, now this raises a question. Is there a difference between characters and like monsters, not monsters you fight, but monsters that you can play? Or will there be no such thing as monsters and everything's just characters, or is characters referring to everything?
I guess when I say characters, probably a more apt description would be classes. But the classes would be in the form of NPCs in the world. So you might find a knight, or you might find a wizard, or etc. etc. A rogue, or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Well then,
What?
Okay, well, I mean, if it's a tough call. It's a tough call. I kind of thought getting a snack would actually help my brain power, but I think it's actually diminished it. Because now my brain is focused on developing food.
I mean, probably a good night's sleep will help. So
I don't even know what one of those is anymore.
That's not good. Okay, well, another thing that I was thinking about is what if you had to, for the end goal, you had to there's areas, maybe you're in the boss's castle, or whatever it is that's the end goal. And to defeat him, you first, let's say there's 4 classes, right? To defeat the big bad boss, you have to get through 4 antechambers. But to get through those antechambers, you have to be playing a certain class for a certain antechamber.
Mm-hmm.
So something like that.
So now the cards are becoming, when you say they're classes, they're less of like characters which are strong and help you through the game, and are more a necessity. Because this changes from I don't like Jeff the Knight, he can do one, to I need to do Jeff the Knight's quest.
Oh no, well that was different. That was the each individual card having a side quest that you could, there was optional.
But only strong cards. This is where This is where the
But then
clarification needs to come in. Is that
Okay. So I think maybe the confusion is that you play a character who has a deck of cards. You go round and you find monsters and you battle the monsters and you play cards against the monsters, right?
yeah?
So your deck wouldn't necessarily change because you changed what character you're playing as. So if you change to playing a wizard, then you'd still have the same deck, but maybe you'd rebuild it to favor spell cards because the wizard has more mana or what have you. Or the wizard regens mana quicker, or something like that. So where that upgrade stuff was coming in is when you get a card or when you look through your deck, you can maybe flip a card over and it says on the back, upgrade quest. To upgrade this card, you must go to this section, this area, this town, and do this task, which might be like kill 3 dire rats or something like that. And that would upgrade the card. And you could do that potentially as any class. And then it's more when you get to the end game and you have the big bad boss that you need to defeat. That's where like there are rooms that maybe won't let the other classes in. And then whatever monsters are in that room, the decks that they have are specifically built so that it's more of a battle, it's more of a challenge for that specific class.
I got you.
All right, Calvin, have a good night.
No worries, Calvin.
Sleep well.
Thank you.
Talk to you tomorrow.
We'll keep slamming our head against the wall.
We'll break through eventually. So those are my thoughts.
So those sound almost like gauntlets that you would run if you were particularly confident in your deck that could get through that door. And then that way you could get a benefit from running that. Like maybe you get like a benefit at the end of the gauntlet.
Yeah. I suppose at the same time you could almost do that with, like, you have to unlock different sections of the map. And maybe so like you unlock the first section you can unlock as the basic character. Then in the next section, like, the game randomly puts the next class.
Okay. Here's an idea.
Maybe that class doesn't need to be a specific one, but it just randomly picks one of the ones that you can unlock, and then you go to that. You unlock that class, and then you use that to unlock the next area.
So here's the thing. Why don't we? Because this is coming to the end. It's 10 minutes or so.
Yeah.
Just while I'm thinking about it, why don't we both come up with a general concept, a sort of proof of concept, if you will, about the game, about what we've spoken about, and just some ideas, and then we can come together and clash on the ideas, and maybe if some things we've agreed on, then that's fantastic. In the likely event that there's things we haven't agreed on, then we'll discuss them and we can build off of that and work from there.
Yeah, and combine them or
exactly
go for one over the other and all that kind of thing.
Yeah, so we just ignore all of your ideas and just use mine. Perfect.
Yeah,
perfect build.
Exactly. Right, well, it's easy for me. I won't bother doing anything then.
Just one idea
guarantees that outcome. So no, of course I'll come up with ideas as well, and then we'll see if we can come up with a third mechanic as well. Although I guess the different classes could be that third mechanic.
It sounds like our third mechanic might reveal itself over the coming.
I kind of get that feeling as well, and we might decide, like, I don't think we'll change any of the other two mechanics because it's cards and exploration.
Yeah.
I don't know that those are going to change really.
Yeah, I mean, heck, they might just be the main primary and then just have lots of secondaries.
Yeah. Okay, so I'll do this tomorrow, but I'll write up the notes that I've taken from tonight.
I've taken none, so I will not.
Oh, okay. Well, if
No,
you
I
want
did
to,
take notes. But it's on a scrap piece of paper, so.
yeah, so jot them down in Google Drive.
Mm-hmm.
I want to download the VOD, so I've got a record, and I also want to set up an archive to YouTube at some point as well. So
Okay,
I think
cool.
that would be
Cool.
good to have. Yeah, but it was a good session. I enjoyed that.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to the next one. When shall we reconvene? It doesn't necessarily have to be on stream. Like if we could do, if we want to stream every single time we're working on it, which I'm not saying we have to at all, but we could do Wednesday night or next Friday night. But
I can't do Wednesdays. Wednesdays are a complete no-go for me. No streams on
Okay.
Wednesdays.
Fair enough.
That's movie night.
Sure. No problem.
I play a lot of my weeks by ears. I'll be honest.
Mhm.
In the first, like before I think about my days, let's aim to have, I guess, a general proof of concept some point this week.
Yeah.
So that we can talk about it.
Yeah. How
I'll do some sketches. Mine will probably be a less well put together proof of concept, but I'll know what I'm talking about if you know what I mean. So
mine's just going to be random notes all over the place. So.
yeah, that's gonna be mine. Maybe a sketch or two here, a doodle.
Yeah. I might do some like storyboard kind of style stuff to sort of illustrate the kind of ideas that I have as well.
Okay.
Okay. Well, what if we say, like, even if we can't talk about it like straight away, what if we say maybe try and get each other at least the stuff we've written down and drawn up over to each other by Thursday?
I'm down for that, and then we can talk about when we want to actually come together and chat about it.
Yeah, or if it's ready sooner, then happy to.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Just
well.
but aim for Thursday at the latest.
Yeah, and I'll start kind of looking at the coding as well, and I can send you some information to kind of get you going. We can see what we should do off stream as well, not tonight, but I don't know if you're around over the weekend, but sort of get the collaboration side of things set up.
Yeah, I'm down.
Cool. Well, I will end the stream because we're talking about admin stuff now.
It's been a while. Thanks for coming.
And I have no views now.
Yeah. You've got me, you, and I think Rosie. I think I said.
Probably. Well, I don't think I even count, do I? Well, the users list, as usual, is a lot longer than the viewer count.
Commander Root, Abbott Costello, another TTV viewer. I'm pretty sure Ice
Sound
Wizards,
Alerts,
Sound Alerts, Streamlabs are all.
The Midnight
Rosie-
Magpie,
Citrus
the
here,
Red
she's
Space
lying.
Robot.
Probably Buglish, maybe? No, Buglish looks like a real person.
I think Buglish might be a real person.
Buglish is offline, but Buglish is a real person. So,
Yeah, they are.
who knows? Also, I found an owl stream. You should check it out.
You found a what?
A stream about owls.
Oh, cool.
It's the inside of an owl box.
Awesome. I shall do that. Anyway, let's say goodbye to stream. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. And
Bye.
hopefully next time we can actually sort of do some programming and sort of game design.
Some stuff.
Yeah, and preferably if both of us are able to stream, so people can see what both of us are doing, that would be cool too. And we can sort of do some Godot stuff together, and we can work out exactly what we're gonna be working on, and we can sort of go over how we can sort of start properly collabing and working on stuff.
Yeah, boy.
Yeah. Well, thank you all for joining us. Those of you who are still here from the drones and people who joined us later on for the game dev, it's been good to have you all here.
And
Hope
those
you
watching
enjoyed.
in the future.
Yeah. All right, you should be able to see my new transition now. If you're watching the stream, James.
I am watching the stream. I'm always watching the stream.
Okay, fingers crossed. I've got it. The connection set up for this one. Right. Bye, everybody. Bye.